colleagues, friends. I'm Susan Gardner. I'm the director of the Ecosystems Division. It's a great honor to be here and open Food Systems Day at the UNEP Pavilion. We know food connects all of us, and at the same time, it connects all of the environmental challenges that are so critical to solve today. Let's be clear, we know our current food systems are broken. That's not an understatement or overstatement. Unsustainable production methods are a major contributor to the triple planetary crises of pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate change. And agriculture alone is responsible for 60% of biodiversity loss. It generates about a third of greenhouse gas emissions globally. Over the past 50 years, pollution by fertilizers, chemicals, and pesticides, and conversions of natural ecosystems for crop production or for pastures has been a principal cause of habitat loss. And in turn, we see it causes reductions in biodiversity. Agricultural practices utilize 75% of our precious available fresh water, and all the while, 1/3 of all food that is ever produced is either lost or wasted. So of course, the more havoc that our broken food system wreaks on the planet, the more it impacts our ability to actually produce food in the first place. And the production of the food, it necessitates healthy, functioning ecosystems and vice versa. Around 75% of the world's food crops depend on natural pollinators, whether it's insects, birds, or other animals. And nature further provides immensely important essential services to food productions, from things like pest control, water stability, or food soil fertility. So meanwhile, as we know, the world's population is expected to exceed 9 billion people by 2050. And it's estimated that 70% more food calories will be needed, which means 70% more dependency on the productivity of our landscapes and our oceans. It's clear the way we produce food has a significant impact on the environment, and yet our food systems rely on a healthy environment to function. This can't be overstated. And a nature-positive agriculture sector can reverse trends in biodiversity loss by integrating sustainable practices like agroforestry, crop rotation, the preservation of natural habitats, many things that we know traditionally and practices that have not been used more recently as much as they should be. By harnessing agricultural biodiversity, we can transform agriculture from being a key driver of biodiversity loss into a real motor for securing ecosystem stability. And in turn, we can preserve the genetic resources, crops and livestock, and improve household resilience and sources, both including diets, nutrition, as well as income during times of struggle. So I guess it's another way of saying we have today to cover a lot of material, so it's going to be a very busy day. Allow me just to give you a bit of an overview of the schedule. We're going to be exploring 4 very exciting topics. First, right at 10:30, we're going to have a session on cultivating change, pioneering financial innovations and technical solutions. And then at 11:45, we'll have a session on food is never waste, tackling food waste as an essential climate action. And at 12:30, I'm sure we'll have many people eager to join the cooking demonstration, where we have, I'm seeing excitement from the crowd. We're going to have UNEP's advocate on food waste in West Asia and chefs who are going to be coming and actually giving us a demonstration on how you do this correctly. Finally, at 2 p.m., we'll have an important session on wastewater and nutrient management, a key for climate and water security. Look, it's clear food systems urgently need to be transformed as part of the solution to global environment, health, and food security crises. And the world needs a nature-positive agriculture sector, one that has so many benefits: enhancing ecological resilience, mitigating greenhouse gases, adapting to climate change, safeguarding biodiversity, promoting human health, and, of course, supporting the livelihoods of the farmers and all of the local food producers who are so essential to all of our food needs. By implementing sustainable practices and prioritizing sustainable management of natural resources, agriculture can play a vital role in achieving a more sustainable and resilient future for our planet and all of its inhabitants. So please stay tuned. We're going to show a short video describing the journey of food, a transformation along the entire food systems value chain. This was shown recently at the UN Food Systems Summit Stocktake Moment in July in Rome. It's an inspiring set of case studies and entry points for all stakeholders. Particularly, you'll see a lot of great examples for women and youth. Everyone, we look forward to a really important discussions today. Thank you.
Welcome to the Journey of Food, an illustration of our food ecosystem. Here, we travel down the value chain, starting with the farm and then ending with the fork, showing how different constituencies can play a part. Food is everyone's business. Today, we'll take you on a visual walkthrough to explore the first two stages of the food system's 8-stage journey, where you'll see some key global and regional facts, as well as engaging case studies from brilliant young innovators from around the world who are working to improve the environment, livelihoods, and nutrition, sparking a food systems transformation at every point in the value chain. Let's start at the beginning with agricultural inputs. This stage represents the critical ingredients of water, seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides that farmers use to grow crops. However, these inputs can have severe environmental impacts. For example, we know that nearly 80% of nitrogen used today is wasted at a cost of over $200 billion a year. Whether it's food security, biodiversity loss, or water quality, nutrient pollution impacts each and every one of them. A young innovator addressing this pressing challenge is Mariama Mamane from Côte d'Ivoire, who has developed Jackie Green, an innovative solution taking on the invasive water hyacinth problem choking the Niger River. Along with providing a sustainable source of organic fertilizer and compost for farmers, this remarkable project generates biogas, offering local communities a source of clean energy, with one food system innovation addressing multiple SDGs. Now we're on our way. Let's take a look at the issue of food production, where crops are grown and livestock are raised. Our current food system's unsustainable production methods are a major contributor to our triple planetary crisis. Agriculture alone is responsible for over 60% of biodiversity loss and generates approximately 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions globally. By building nature-friendly approaches like agroecology and smart farming technologies, we can make sure agriculture works within planetary boundaries, not beyond them. Meet Louise Mabulo, a young chef and farmer from the Philippines. After her local community was devastated by Typhoon Nok, Louise established the Cacao Project, which creates sustainable and resilient economic forests using nature-based solutions to increase the resilience of smallholder farmers while giving them much-needed higher incomes. Already, the Cacao Project has led to the training of more than 200 farmers in agroecological approaches, and more than 80,000 trees have been planted, contributing to poverty reduction, zero hunger, responsible production, and life on land. Sow the seeds of hard work, and you will reap the fruits of success. Let's move on to the harvesting phase, a critical time to ensuring food reaches its peak freshness and nutritional value, where an innovative solution to turn post-harvest biomass into activated charcoal is providing farmers with 40% more income. Halfway through, and now the journey of food has left the farm gate to reach the food processing stage. Here, we highlight a gender-sensitive innovation which uses solar drying to increase livelihoods while reducing food waste. Nearly there now. In distribution, we're bringing food from producers to consumers. Here, we spotlight a solar cold chain initiative that aims to reduce food miles, optimize supply chains, and creates fair opportunities for small-scale producers. From distribution and into the marketplace, where equitable, transparent, and traceable seafood value chains can help drive a sustainable blue economy. And onto consumption, where climate impact and nutritional transparency through the power of tech can drive consumer choices and influence production and environmental outcomes. Lastly, onto the pressing challenge of food loss and waste, where we uncover an innovative, nutritious solution to indigenous fruit waste from the global cosmetics industry. As you can tell, there is lots more to see and much more to interact with. Through inclusive and collaborative efforts, we can ensure that the transition to sustainable food systems benefits both current and future generations, leaving no one behind. This is the journey of food. This is the journey towards achievement of all our sustainable development goals.
Good morning, everyone. I am Martin Capel, Head of Thematic Assessments at UNEP headquarters Nairobi. Very happy to be here on Sunday, the 10th of December, here at the UNEP Pavilion in the COP in Dubai. Today we started with a very nice introduction by our director, Susan Gardner, on the Food Day that we are celebrating here at the UNEP Pavilion. And right now we are kicking off our first session. We have a lovely panel here with us and some online panelists as well. And this is about food system transformations, pioneering financial innovations and technical solutions. And this is about cultivating change in the food sector. And let me introduce quickly the panelists we have. And I would like to start with the online panelists, if I may. I'm not sure if we can see them. We have Cleo Verkuil, who is with the Stockholm Environment Institute in the US from the Netherlands. She's remotely connected. Hi, Cleo. Good morning. And she will present the slides, the presentation on UNEP's food report, What's Cooking? Then she is accompanied here by several colleagues. I will go from left to right. João Adrien Itau in Brazil. He will also provide remarks as one of the panelists later on with regards to financial innovations and technical solutions in the food sector in Brazil. Next to him, Stephen Ripley from Sustainable Investment Management, University of Nottingham, Europe, also commenting on the report and the work being done in South America in the financial sector in relation to food. Then we have Ana Maria Lobo Guerrero from Biodiversity International, CGIAR in Colombia, CIAT also. Very happy to have you, and we look forward to your comments. And then, of course, also with us, Marcela Paranjos, the Nature Conservancy, Brazil. She will also speak to financial solutions for sustainable land use. But before we get there, I would like to introduce our today's moderator, Mireille Atala, who just arrived. I think she had traffic delay, but good to have you here. I would like to give the floor to Mireille. And she is leading on nature and climate in UNEP Nairobi, and she will provide some opening remarks on today's session before she will give, and then she will give the floor to Cleo, who will talk about the What's Cooking report. So the floor is yours, Mireille. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Martin. And indeed, I think I'm suffering from COP28 syndrome, running around and being late to everything. Oh, sorry. It's a great pleasure for me to be opening this session. What I would like to just highlight, and just in the interest of time also for my esteemed panelists, I would really like to highlight what this report is not. This report is not about the whole world eating insects in 10, 15, 20 years. It is not about alternative proteins in terms of plant proteins, only plant-based proteins. It's really a deep dive into innovation. And it's really, really great that we have the lead author of the report, as well as our esteemed panelists. And with no further ado, I'd like to start with Cleo and ask you to share some of the key highlights of the report. What's Cooking? That was launched 2 days ago here at the COP. And I think there are slides also to go with the presentation.
Thank you. Should I be showing slides?
Yes, we can see them from here.
You can see them? Okay, wonderful. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present the findings of this report. So this is the first time that the UN has looked in depth at the environmental potential of alternative proteins. It's also a very holistic report. It doesn't just look at environmental potential, but also considers health, socioeconomic and animal welfare implications. And it was a very interdisciplinary effort. In total, we had more than 15 authors and 50 reviewers from around the world contributing. Next slide, please. Just to start briefly with a little bit of context, the report recognizes that animal agriculture is, of course, an important source of nutrients for many communities around the world, livelihoods and jobs as well. At the same time, there are important regional differences in current consumption and important variations among different income groups. We see high levels of consumption and production in some areas and much lower levels of consumption in other regions, as you can see in the table on your right. And global meat consumption is expected to increase significantly in the coming decades, potentially 50% or more by 2050. And what the report highlights is that these levels of consumption potentially can negatively affect various SDGs, including related to climate, biodiversity, and health. Next slide, please. So just focusing now on some of the potentially adverse impacts of animal agriculture. These include, first of all, that the sector is a major contributor to climate change, around 14 to 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions. There are also other environmental impacts associated with the sector, including deforestation, air and water pollution, biodiversity loss, soil degradation, various public health risks associated with animal agriculture. We know eating too much red and processed meats is not good for our health, and also animal agriculture is associated with zoonotic disease and antimicrobial resistance. It increases the risks of these public health issues. And finally, the sector is also associated with various animal welfare concerns, particularly in industrial animal agriculture. And in fact, most animals today are farmed in these intensive systems. Next slide, please. So it's against this backdrop that the report looks at 3 types of novel alternatives to conventional animal products and their potential to maybe shift away from some of these unsustainable outcomes. We looked at novel plant-based foods, which are made from vegetable proteins such as soy or pea, cultivated meats, which is real meats that is fed a growth serum in bioreactors, and fermentation-derived products, which often uses sort of a fungus protein to grow burgers and sausages, or can also be used as a technique to provide ingredients such as proteins, flavor, and vitamins. Next slide, please. And so what we found, it was interesting. I think we all went in with some sense that these alternatives can have a potentially positive environmental impact compared to alternatives, but we were actually quite struck by how much environmental potential there is there. So from a land use perspective, for instance, all 3 types of alternatives show about 90%, sometimes even more than 90% potential in land use savings compared to conventional beef production. And that's very significant if you consider, for instance, that beef production is the leading source of tropical deforestation. Also, from a greenhouse gas emissions perspective, we see significant potential for savings. One thing to highlight here is that these technologies can be energy intensive to produce, and it's therefore important that low carbon energy is used in order to maximize these environmental benefits. Next slide, please. In addition to this environmental promise, we also see benefits for public health and animal welfare in terms of reduced risk of zoonotic disease outbreak and antimicrobial resistance, as well as foodborne illnesses, as well as reduced animal welfare concerns associated with current large-scale animal agriculture. Next slide. But we also highlight some important research gaps. So from a nutritional perspective, I think it's important to highlight that there's no evidence currently that these types of products have adverse health impacts. I'm talking here about the plant-based protein, which tend to be more processed. There's some indications that they're not associated with adverse health impacts, but we are really kind of in early stages of monitoring this and doing the research. So it's important to keep doing that research. And one area where more research is needed as well is in terms of the socioeconomic implications for different regions. What does it mean for inequalities between regions and in different countries? Job losses, job gains. Food security is actually not very much studied in this context, although you can make some assumptions given land use savings, but it would be very valuable to have more research in these key areas. Next slide, please. Just very briefly, want to highlight here that the forecasts for the growth of the alternative protein industry differ significantly. And I think that's just sort of a product of the fact that we're in very early stages of seeing these technologies being taken up. And so a lot will depend on future developments. Next slide, please. And finally, just wanted to highlight that the report has a chapter on policy as well. It highlights current policies that governments are adopting in this sector already to kind of support these industries in various ways, including support for research, but also adopting new regulations to support, for instance, novel foods approval processes, or investing in workforce development in these spaces. I'll stop here because I know that we'll have some more discussion about policy in the discussion. But if you could just go to the final slide, you'll see the summary that we think that these novel alternatives do potentially have an important role to play in a shift towards food systems that are more sustainable and healthier and less harmful for animals, but that there are important regional differences here, and these need further studying. And of course, generally, they would require appropriate regulatory regimes and government instruments to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cleo, and very glad to see that, sorry. I'm very glad to see that the question, that the issue of acceptability has been highlighted in the report, because if I recall correctly, the 3 A's of food security include acceptability, affordability, and accessibility. So maybe another dimension that we can look at is affordability in the future. And I would now like to invite Marcela Paranhos, Agriculture Finance Director of the Nature Conservancy in Brazil, to speak a little bit about financial solutions for sustainable land use. As we saw, 60% of land use is impacted by livestock production. So over to you. And there's no presentation.
Hi. Thank you, Mari. And actually, I will bring a different perspective here because, of course, I think alternative proteins are part of the solution if you want to more than double the food production and food systems in the world. But we also have an intermediary approach, an intermediary and urgent approach that is the better land use for production of commodities as cattle and soy. And my organization, that the Nature Conservancy, has created in 2021, together with the UNEP and the Tropical Forest Alliance, an initiative to foster the development of financial innovations for a better use of the land in Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay, covering the biomes of Amazon, Cerrado, and Chaco. And let me bring first some facts about these 3 biomes. In Amazon, we have drastically lost 85 million hectares from 1985 to 2022. in forests, and we need also to understand that 91% of this forest loss was outside indigenous lands. So the whole dynamic of food production and land conservation in Amazon is completely different from other parts of the world. We are talking about smallholder, local communities, indigenous lands, and other traditional communities in the Amazon that are responsible for conservation. So all the business models must include and must evolve to include these communities. When we go to Cerrado and Chaco, these are the two agriculture frontiers where the conservation is happening, great part of the conservation is happening inside the farms. And as they are inside the farms, if you want to influence the land use change, we need to promote more sustainable production systems, and we also need to foster the development of financial incentives to conserve the remaining native vegetation in these areas. Brazil has calculated a number that we have at least 40 million hectares of degraded pastureland or cleared areas that are suitable for agriculture. So we can double our production of commodities and grains in Brazil without the need to open new areas. So our focus in Cerrado and Chaco is really working with producers, especially soy, corn, and cotton producers, and also in the cattle ranching side, to promote sustainable land use. How can we improve the food production in these areas? We have also developed a STNC and example that is how can we really, considering a farm of 100 hectares, for example, that is producing nowadays less than 1 cow per hectare, we can invest in the intensification of the cattle ranching activities to multiply by 5 the beef production in this farm, at the same time planting grains and soy and corn, and we have here great specialists that can explain, but it is possible to produce 2 or 3 crops a year in Brazil for grains, so we can be much more efficient in this production. And these are low-hanging fruits because the technology is available, is tested, and we can really foster the food production with good investments in this area. We have 2 examples that will be presented here that are helping a lot to foster this. So, but let me come back to IFAC. IFAC is a innovative finance for Amazon, Cerrado, and Chaco. IFAC was launched in 2021 in Glasgow with 8 signatories, and nowadays we have 16 financial institutions working with us that together has a $4.6 billion commitment in disbursements before 2030 in new financial vehicles that will foster this transformation. Our signatories has, in the last 2 years, developed 11 financial products, and these 11 financial products are responsible for more than $200 million in disbursements up to now. But we need to remember that we are talking about financial innovation. And financial innovation is not only about developing new solutions to close the remaining gaps that we still have in the market to really accelerate the transition, but we are also talking about replicability of these instruments from one region to another, and scalability. How can we really scale up financial flows to transform the food production systems and the land use in the end of the day? And the last point is that, as I mentioned in the beginning, in Amazon, we are not talking about large commodities production if you want to address conservation and land use. We are talking about local and traditional communities and indigenous peoples. So IFAC has also expanded the commitment to cover bioeconomy and financial solutions to foster bioeconomy business models in Amazon. So great part of our signatories, they are looking for these innovative business models, and they are fostering the investments through blended finance to attract other kinds of investments for this area.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Marcela. And I would like to now turn to Ana Maria. You were with the ED at the press conference for the launch of the report. We'd really like to hear from you. About your perspectives in terms of how can this work be taken forward and what can be done more on the research side.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to contribute to this very important discussion. The title of this event includes the word transformation, and I think that that's what I would like to emphasize at this point. The climate challenge is so huge that if we continue doing the same things that we have been doing for the past decades, we're never going to be able to solve it. And therefore, the importance of thinking seriously about transformation, about innovation. And I think that one of the key messages of this report is that we have been trying through different ways, different interventions, to make sure that the impact of animal agriculture in terms of environmental issues, thinking about greenhouse gas emissions, thinking about health, thinking about biodiversity, can be reduced. And there are many that had been tried in the past. We need to produce more knowledge in relation to those. But the truth is that they have not been enough to address this question of the impact of animal agriculture in terms of environmental issues. And we need to continue promoting those, but thinking in terms of transformation, this is the key thing that this report brings into the discussion, this novelty of these alternatives, and the potential, as Cleo mentioned, in terms of really making sure that those environmental impacts are reduced. It's very encouraging to hear the results of the report in terms of greenhouse gas emissions reduction, so 90%. That is very significant from 20% contribution of the livestock sector in terms of global greenhouse gas emissions. So that's something to really take into account. Obviously, there are assumptions behind that, and that's where research plays a very, very relevant role. The research community, including the CGR that I represent, we need to do more in terms of understanding the consequences of the uptake of these novel alternatives. The consequences in terms of nutrition, Cleo mentioned that, but it is very important to really analyze and have robust evidence in relation to the consequences and implications of really increasing the consumption of these alternatives in terms of nutrition. So that's a key question that the research community needs to address to unlock the potential of these alternatives. Another key question that the research community needs to address is this equity issue. And in here, I want to emphasize that animal agriculture is not the same. Livestock production is not the same. It depends on many different variables. The type that the lands that you use, the capital intensity, the labor, the support from the government, the type of meat, it's different, beef from chicken, and all those things need to be part of this discussion. And sometimes there has been misunderstanding in terms of animal agriculture and its implications on environmental issues, and I think that that has deviated the conversation in terms of thinking how to promote these innovations and this transformation. So it is important to say that livestock is a very important sector in economic terms. It's also a source of income and employment in many countries in the world that depend on that. It's also a source of vitamins, minerals, protein, and other nutrients, especially in places where are struggling in relation to food insecurity and especially thinking about vulnerable populations such as women and children. So that's very important. Livestock or animal production, it's also very important in terms of considering variety of demographic groups and culture. And that's also that we need to include into this discussion and analysis. And there's many things about livestock production, good benefits in terms of, for instance, using manure to produce fertilizers, getting away from using chemical fertilizers and the implications of that in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. And that has been something very interesting in low-income countries, the use of manure for fertilizers. And livestock is also a very efficient way of convert proteins and inputs that humans are not able to consume into things that can be consumed by humans. It's a very efficient way of this conversion.
And lastly?
Yeah, thank you. So all these equity issues needs to be addressed by the research community when thinking about this promotion of alternatives and novel production of animal source food. So the equity issue needs to be part of this story, and the research community needs to understand the implications in terms of low-income countries, in terms of food security, in terms of the livelihoods of smallholder farmers that depend on the livestock sector.
Wonderful, thank you very much. And now from a clap, okay. And now from research to finance, João, you're leading the development of ESG agriculture strategy in one of the largest banks in Brazil. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? And can you create the connection also with that report as well as you go forward?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, UNEP, and everyone for the space. So I'm João Adrien from the Itaú BBA, which is the largest private bank in Brazil, and became the largest private bank financing agriculture sector this year. We have a portfolio of 100 billion reais, which is $200 million. It's being very important in this sense. And the bank has signed the Net Zero Bank Alliance, which aims to decarbonize the portfolio by 2050 with 50% 2030. So we are very looking into how to decarbonize the agriculture sector in Brazil. And what I think, what we are seeing, the solutions, is through the use of innovation and technology. And connecting a little bit with the report is the challenges that food systems has not one solution. There's not one size fits all. So it's very much depending on the region, on the production structure, and also the consumption standards. If you look into very high protein consumption in developed country, maybe they really need to decrease the meat consumption. But when you're talking about developing countries, especially in global south, it's completely different approach. So we really need to understand this kind of reality and a different situation in order to have a common ground on that issue. However, and of course that alternative protein has a very important role to play in this sense, but animal protein will still be part of the diet today and in the future. So discussing how we're going to transform the protein sector, I think, is a huge challenge and a very interesting debate. And we as a bank, we're looking at Brazil like a livestock sector, which is definitely nowadays respond for almost 25% of Brazilian emission is based on methane emission, and 75% of Brazil is deforestation. Different from developing countries, with 75% is fossil fuels emission. In Brazil, 75% is land use change, is deforestation, basically. And there is a close connection with the expenditure of agriculture frontier. But there's a lot of different reasons for that. We're not going to touch on this point here. What I would like to say that although 25% of the emission in Brazil is methane, we know that solutions to decrease the emissions are the use of technology. Therefore, we are developing a portfolio of finance to trace and to monitor how we are funding those kind of technologies. Because the issue is that we as a finance sector, we are not tracing our fund. And we are not attributing emissions factor on those finance. And what we're doing now is doing that. So giving allowance, understand what are the impact of these loans in our portfolio of emissions. And we know that when we degraded pasture and we transform into high sustainable pasture, it captures and keeps carbon in soil. So it's part of the solutions to really intensify in a sustainable way those livestock production. And we developed together with TNC under the IFAC umbrella, the Reverte program, which is a very interesting solutions to tackle degraded pasture, which Marcela said. Brazil, the major agenda now is to increase production with productivity and intensify degraded pasture. We have 40% of the degraded pasture in Brazil. We don't need new areas to increase production. Actually, we should not use new land for that reason. Otherwise, you're going to have like climate issues which we are having now because of deforestation and so forth. So this Reverte is a solution that we are able to scale up that in a very scale solutions which we need in Brazil. Brazil, we need to think in niche solutions, but we need scale solutions in order to solve the challenge we face. Nowadays, 22% of Brazilian territory is pasture and 8% is agriculture. So 1/3 of Brazilian territory is agriculture sector, and we need scale solutions. So Reverte has funded in the last 2 years 1 billion reais, $200 million to convert those areas. And we have the ambitions to achieve 1 million hectares in the coming years. So it's the solutions for this purpose. So just to conclude my point, I think finance is playing a very interesting role in Brazil, but we need a partnership. I was very pleased to know that this COP is discussing a lot blended finance, because we need to reduce the cost of financing. Green financing and sustainable finance solutions, they are able to solve the issues, but sometimes it costs a little bit more, because we need to monitor, we need to have huge solutions to attribute those factors, to measure in the ground what's the impact of that finance, therefore can be less competitive than traditional finance. So we need this blended finance and partnership as we develop under this IFAC with some companies such as the big companies like Syngenta and others. We did good partnerships to decrease the cost of green finance. So these are my conclusions. Like, we have solutions. Technology is part of the alternative. We need to really phase out of high-intensive production systems under food systems sector, but we need partnership to decrease the cost of this green finance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, João. Thank you. So you've connected to the contextualization that Marcela has raised. You've connected also to the science that was raised and the needs for research earlier. You've also connected to a report that UNEP launched yesterday, which is the State of Finance for Nature report, that brings out actually the fact that financing towards nature-based solutions is in the order of 200 billion per year. On the other hand, we are undoing this with $7 trillion in finance that has negative impacts on nature. And so how do we align this, and how do we use global partnerships and the little 200 billion that we have in order to steer this 7 trillion towards something positive for nature is really going to be critical. And I'm very, very glad that we have Stephen here with us from the Responsible Commodities Facility, because that facility actually nurtures these partnerships, looks at the financial architecture and engineering for solutions, and tries to find, to steer away from that imbalance. Over to you, Stephen.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation from UNEP to speak here. So my name is Stephen Ripley. I'm the Director of Investor Engagement for the Responsible Commodities Facility. And I must say, I've heard a lot during this last week at COP about all the things that we need to do. We've got a very long list.
What are we doing? You're going to tell us.
Yes, so I'd like to tell you about a solution now, something we are doing, something that is hopefully going to be part of the puzzle in tackling climate change and unsustainable agricultural production, in this case in Brazil. But before I get into that, of course, I just want to do a quick reminder about why we're doing this, why we need sustainable finance for agriculture. And I think it's well known to everybody that we need to reduce emissions by 50% in the next 6 years, which is a staggering task, truly staggering. We need quick solutions, we need cheap solutions, and we need solutions that we can put into operation today. tackling deforestation can deliver about a quarter of the emissions reductions we need. That's 25% of the emissions reductions we need by 2030. And the Responsible Commodities Facility is a mechanism which can tackle deforestation in the Brazilian Cerrado effectively at zero cost. And you heard that right, effectively zero cost. So I'll tell you a bit about how we do that in a moment. But I just want to focus for a moment on the where. And as we heard from Marcela, you know, the Cerrado in Brazil is one of the powerhouses of food production in Brazil. It produces a significant quantity of the planet's soy, which goes into feeding all the animals that we've heard about in animal food production, or many of the animals, many of the cattle, many of the pigs, many of the chickens. I used to work for Tesco in the UK, and Tesco has an approximately 600,000 tons per year of soy in its supply chain. And that's just one supermarket, right? That's just one country. That's just 20% of the soy that's used in the UK, a tiny little country. You may remember it. We used to be part of the EU. I don't know. I think people are forgetting about the UK more recently. But the Cerrado is tremendously important. It contains more than 5% of the world's biodiversity. And it's often overlooked because it's got a famous cousin next door, the Amazon, which has much better legal protection and much more attention generally because of that. So in terms of how we do it, very simply, we make low interest lines of credit available to farmers in the Cerrado when they agree to zero deforestation and zero conversion. So we can effectively say to a farmer, okay, you want to borrow money from me? We can offer you the money cheaply, but we need you to sign this contract. And the contract says, I will not deforest, I will not convert the standing forest and natural vegetation on my property. Furthermore, I agreed to pay a 15% fine to you if you detect that I am deforesting or converting on my farm. In terms of some of the loans that we make to these farmers, they're up to $5 million. So that can be a very significant financial incentive in terms or disincentive, as it were, to not deforest. So they would have to pay, if they borrowed $5 million, they would have to pay $600,000 in a fine to us if they did decide to deforest. I should say that the fund was created by the UK supermarkets, as I just mentioned, Tesco, who I used to work for, but also Sainsbury's and Waitrose, who each have huge dependencies on the continued flow of high-quality, high-protein soy from Brazil. And the way that they invest is that the loans we make to farmers are securitized, which is a kind of fancy way of saying it's turned into an investable product that can be listed on a stock exchange, in effect a green bond. And the important thing about the green bond that the investors, the supermarkets in this case, invest in, is that it repays all of the principal investment after 4 years, and also pays interest each year. So you don't lose your money. In fact, you make money by investing in sustainable soy through this mechanism. So the effect of this mechanism is that forests that were previously at risk in the Cerrado, forests that previously had no legal protection and could be cut down at any moment if the farmer chose to, with no repercussions, are effectively brought under a legal protection.
And lastly, very happy to announce that in the last couple of months, we've closed a deal with Rabobank and Santander for them to invest, also Agri-3. So the fund is now $47 million, and we're hoping to get to $200 million in the coming year, and hopefully
$1 billion scale to match the size of the agricultural sector in Brazil by 2030. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. With 5 minutes left on our agenda, I'd like to turn to the audience and check if there are any questions from the audience for any of our panelists. Please.
Yes, I'm so excited with the conversation about pastoralism. I'm happy that we have such conversation here in COP, and this is the most neglected livelihood. I come from Kenya. My name is Monica Yator. I work for Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. And I'm proud to be here to bring the voice of pastoralist community transitioning now to agro-pastoralism. I'm training women to embrace farming, and thank you because the livestock products like the manure, we are training women to make compost out of manure. We also train women to do another alternative livelihood because livestock is meant for men. In my community, you cannot sell a cow and come back home. You are gone automatically. So there is that cultural perspective about pastoralism, especially with women. And my question is, how do we address policies that is not speaking about pastoralism? My president was speaking about carbon trading and doing restoration in areas that is raining. What about the dryland restoration? Maybe you can help us bring restoration initiative, dryland restoration initiative to our decision-making platform. UNEP is a big organization that can speak to governments and the states. So how do we bring in voices of pastoralist communities in the context of climate change, especially in the negotiation, and even bringing restoration to drylands? Thank you.
Would anyone like to take that question, maybe?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a very important point. And one of the initiatives that the CGR is leading, it's on building climate resilience. And one of the countries is Kenya. In Kenya, we are working a lot on participatory rangeland management. We have many projects on that. One of the key interesting one, it's called Voices of Change. And we have been working with different communities, indigenous peoples, in terms of addressing what you just mentioned. And it's through engagement with them. And in this, we are working with Semirit. And engaging with them, we are working on producing videos so that their voices are being heard in relation to how they have been responding to climate challenges and how, even though they are the ones that are the most vulnerable when these streams come, they are very much part of the solution. And we are elevating through this campaign that is called Voices of Change to the policies, to the government, to see a lot of the knowledge that it's needed to respond to this challenge is coming in from here. And there is a need to value that. So I will be very happy to continue the conversation because it's very much along the lines of our research in relation to building climate resilience in Kenya.
Thank you very much. And if I may compliment, the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration also includes areas. Restoration, it's not about, restoration and resilience are not about hotspots and vulnerable species, that they're about all ecosystems. It's about grasslands, forests, watersheds, corals, coastal ecosystems, because that's the mesh of life that supports us. So I'll also invite you to contact the UN Decade team for them to support you with this. With that, I would like to invite everyone to give a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very, very much. And also a big thank you to Cleo. I think she's still online, but we don't see her on the screen anymore. The panelists and the authors are here, so is Martin, if anyone has any questions, any further questions. Thank you very much. Oh, there she is. With Cleo.
Yeah, with Cleo in the background. Group picture.
On the outside, so we're not all men and women.
Well, good morning, and welcome to the Food is Never Waste session here at COP28. My name is Richard Swanell. I'm Director of Impact Growth at WRAP, the Waste and Resources Action Programme, and I will be your moderator for today's session. Food waste reduction is a critical and necessary action for meeting our climate and equity targets as articulated in the COP28 Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action that was launched earlier on this week. A major step forward in this field. And now 150 countries have signed up to this particular initiative. However, from this halfway point to 2030, it is clear that not enough mobilization and partnership has occurred for us to meet our goal of delivering food systems that incorporate circularity, protect natural resources and community health, and preserve local culture and food sovereignty. The 2021 Food Waste Index report estimated that 931 million tonnes, or 17% of the total food available to consumers, was wasted in 2018. This staggering amount of food wastage occurs in the context of an ongoing crisis of food insecurity, where between 690 million and 780 million people in the world still face hunger, and more than 3.1 billion people in the world are unable to afford a healthy diet. Moreover, food systems account for up to 1/3 of all greenhouse gas emission and amounts to almost $1 trillion in costs per year. So given this backdrop, tackling food loss and waste is a key next step for us all globally if we're going to deliver our climate objectives. So, the objectives of this event are to demonstrate how one way of tackling food waste, public-private partnerships, are tackling this issue at scale around the world. Also to provide a sneak preview on the new Food Waste Index report that we launched early next year, and to highlight pathways to deliver SDG 12.3 and opportunities for G20 leadership. So I have an excellent panel. First of all, a couple of speakers to introduce the session, and then I'm going to have a panel session with an excellent set of speakers that I'll introduce shortly. But now it's my pleasure to introduce Ruth Cotto from UNEP to introduce the session today. Over to you, Ruth.
Thank you very much, Richard, and it's my pleasure and honor to be here. I head the Energy and Climate branch in UNEP, where food waste sits, so it's in my portfolio, and I'm very honored to be here with you here and with the colleagues that are online, because we have a lot of people online. This is a live streaming event. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that we have here with us two very important guests, John Knight, the British Deputy Ambassador, and also Adalberto Maluffi, the National Secretary for Urban Environment and Environment Quality of Brazil, together with our speakers, which will be presented shortly. I will repeat a bit of the messages that Richard has outlined, because I think awareness is about repeating things and getting them into our minds on a constant basis. So today we're going to talk about something that is very close to my heart, which is food. I love food. So I'm very pleased to talk about that. But before I start this session, let's remember what Richard was saying. Last year, 783 million people were affected by hunger. It's a lot. 3.1 billion people don't have access to healthy diets. This is something that can be avoided. And we would like to showcase today some public-private partnerships and solutions to avoid food waste, to address the issue of hunger as well. This session is about the demand side of food waste, of the food supply chain. Today at the COP, we're going to hear a lot about the supply side and how to actually reduce emissions from the food systems. We're going to talk about the demand side and how the demand side can actually contribute to climate change and how we can actually tackle this through many actions. So food waste is embedded in the target 12.3 of the Sustainable Development Goals, and it's about the Food Waste Index. UNEP is the custodian of this, which means that UNEP has a baseline and has to report through the Secretary General SDGs how this index and target is evolving. So what is the target about? It's about halving, reducing by 50% per capita food waste by 2030. We heard from Richard that today we have 17% of the food that is available in the market lost. So we need to reduce that by 50% by 2030. The 70% of food that is lost today contributes to 10% of emissions today. Do you know how much the road transport contributes to global greenhouse gas emissions? 12%. Food waste is 10%. It's enormous. I mean, if you really compare with road transport that we always have in our minds, right? It's enormous. And why is it so enormous? Because the food that actually, the organic part of the food that is waste, rottens in dumps, in landfills. And they emit methane, and methane is it's a global warming potential greenhouse gas. And this contributes to an amount of global warming that is actually very big. So this is the relationship between food waste and climate. So we need to act upon how to reduce food waste in our countries and in our cities. Our cities is where a lot of action can happen because we can segregate organic waste as source, we can have circularity, we can work with households, with the hospitality sector, with the retails, the supermarkets. And there is a lot, we're not starting from scratch. Of course, there is a lot of initiatives that are already out there, but I think that there is a lack of awareness on this topic. As of today, only 21 countries out of the 193 countries have included food waste as a strategy to reduce their nationally determined contributions. So the lack of awareness is there. We need to change that, and there is a big opportunity in the revised NDCs that will be submitted by 2025 to raise this issue, because if it is in the NDCs, the donors will recognize that this is an area that needs to be financed in the developing countries, and action will follow with the finance that is needed for that. So it's very important at the national level that awareness translates into the nationally determined contributions of the countries. So the issue of food waste is not only related to climate, it's also related to biodiversity. 28% of the world's agricultural area is used to produce food that is lost, that is wasted. So we're using a lot of land, and the food is produced, and it's wasted. So it's another example of how food waste has actually a direct relationship with biodiversity loss or less of quality of soils. In a way, it's very important to recognize these interrelated relationships, I would say. And this has been recognized by the Cummings-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So now there is a target, which is target 16 in the what we call GBF, that actually also calls for halving, to reducing by 50% food waste. So now the agendas are being brought together, and the SDG is calling for that through SDG 1213, now the target 16 of the GBF, and here we are at COP, at the Food Day, talking about how to deal with this. So it's very important. UNEP is very committed to that. We have programs on food waste. We have regional working groups. We deliver trainings with our partners, and we will launch a report. There is a report that was launched together with Rob in 2021, and now we're 2021. Why? Yeah, and now we're gonna launch a new one, and there is some information that we're gonna release. But I think an important issue to say is that if you imagine what is that relationship of 70% of food waste that is lost every year, food that is available to be consumed, it can feed 1 billion meals per day. It's enormous. Can we imagine that? So there is really an important time for action, for awareness to be raised. I think that we together can make a change, but we need to know how. And that's why Richard is going to drive this panel with solutions, because there are solutions. And now, you know, everybody has heard, since we are kids, you have to eat until the end of your plate because people are hungry outside. No, it's something that we know, but now we need to act. And with this, I would like to introduce Adalberto Maluf, the Secretary of the National Secretary of Urban Environment and Environmental Quality. He's going to give another opening speech, and then we'll have a wonderful panel with wonderful speakers that are acting. And together, we'll be able to tackle this issue and achieve the goals that we have out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. It was a great pleasure for me to be here to talk about this topic that is on the heart of our president. As probably most of you know, when President Lula was elected 20 years ago, he said his first priority was to make all Brazilians to eat properly. At that time, Brazil had poverty at huge numbers, and his mission as president was to have every Brazilian to having 3 meals a day. And well, we were able to do it. Brazil was out of the list of hungry. We still have a huge social desiguity, poverty is still there, but at least people had food. But in 2016-17, we got into a huge political, economical crisis with an impeachment on the president. And unfortunately, this led to the election of a far-wing president that didn't care too much about environment, sustainability. And we are back. This early of the year, we had some numbers that 33 million Brazilians were facing severe food insecurity. 105 million Brazilians were facing some type of food insecurity. As a father, I have no idea of coming to your house, having your daughter, your children asking for food and don't have what to give. But Brazil is one of the biggest producers of food in the world. Our agribusiness sector claims that we feed more than 1 billion people in the world every day. Food waste in Brazil is huge. Our numbers are even larger than what you say. They say something around 25%. And as you all know, especially when we consider greenhouse gases associated with methane. Methane on the short term is probably around 40-something% of the global warming. 60% in average in the world of methane comes from agriculture, livestock, and waste. In our case, it's 90%. Okay, so livestock and waste is 90% of our methane emissions. So from one side, it's a huge contributor to global warming, and we can tackle it. And reducing methane emission, especially on the waste sector, we also improve the quality of the air, because most of the illegal dumps, Brazil still have 2,700 open dumps. Only 1/3 of Brazilian cities have collective selection, separating recycles than organic. And when President Lula was back as president this year, when he invited Marina Silva to be the minister for her 3rd term, the only thing he asked her was, Marina, please put the waste pickers and the program to increase recycling as the biggest priority of your minister. He didn't ask anything about the Amazon. He didn't ask anything about biodiversity. He asked about recycling and waste pickers. So when Marina invited me and I came there, I saw there were a lot of things that were done in the past that were abandoned. So it was very easy for us to re-engage in most of the recycling, improving, and actions to get a social inclusion of the waste pickers. We had a couple degrees. We just finished now the public hearing for our decree on plastic package, which for the first time is going to have mandatory target for using recyclable plastic at the production of new plastic, reusable plastic, among many others. And recycling, the real numbers were low, but we believe the numbers will go up. But then, when we got into the numbers, half of Brazilian waste is organic waste. And majority of the methane emissions come from organic waste. So we have a huge waste, a food waste. At the same time, people eating, it's your food. If finish eating, it becomes waste. It doesn't make sense. So quickly, what we realized that out of the 50 billion that mayors are paying every year to, put waste somewhere in the cities, it would be easier for us if we tackled this, because there was only 0.5 composting in Brazil. We have 3% recycling. It's more because there's a lot of informals. But anyway, the composting was only 0.5. So the first RFP that we did with the budget from my secretary, it was to do a unified project for composting and urban agriculture. And we had hundreds of cities applying for that money. So we realized there was a huge demand. We did a course for composting. Thousands of cities did it. We did many partnerships. And just a couple of months ago, we launched the national program for urban agriculture, urban and peri-urban agriculture, unifying 4 ministers. It was great. We realized there were a lot of things happening on the subnational governments for many, many years. So it was easy for us, together with UNEP and a TABI agri-food project, just to do a manual on how to improve these projects, what were the action plans we had to do. We also relaunched this year the Zero Hunger program, which was something that President Lula did. And this time, for the first time, they have a waste foods component of the Zero Hunger program. And slowly, we believe now we can help cities to move this agenda. Well, I remember when I met Massimo Bottina, the Italian chef, during the Olympic Games, just with the waste food of the Olympic restaurant for the Olympics. He created a restaurant on the side, and he fed 5,000 families in vulnerable situations, just with that. And now, as inside the ministry, I receive a lot of cooperatives and cooperation, and there are thousands of NGOs that try to get the food somehow on the different markets to do any projects, but they were all done by themselves. So our goal now with the National Program for Urban Agriculture, which is one of the components that we launched, especially here, the Green Resilient Cities Program, initiative of the Ministry of Environment with the Ministry of Cities and Science and Technology to create an umbrella program for all the areas. And the first one is management of green areas, the second nature-based solutions, and we have a huge component of urban agriculture. And when we ask the mayors, what were the things that you would like us to do, one of the top 3 supporting urban agriculture programs. So right now, we have a good basis. We know where we want to go. We still couldn't find all the budget and all the priorities to move fast as we want, because hunger can't wait. But at least we understand that the opportunities are there. So having the partnership and support, and I met Inger Anderson yesterday with Marina, and we talked about it, so that UNEP will continue to supporting us on the Urban Agriculture National Plan, because it's a way for us to be able now to help mayors to do one of their top priorities, which it is finish hunger, and probably reducing food waste is one of the most important actions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Adalberto. You've really brought that alive in that. That was absolutely fantastic to sort of bring it home for what it means in Brazil, for Brazilians, and the importance of tackling food loss and waste. That was absolutely fantastic. And I think what's interesting is that you encapsulated why it's so important. We have all this energy, all this carbon goes into producing the food, and then if we're wasting so much, a lot of that then goes into landfill, where it generates methane, which is a really strong greenhouse gas. And this is against a backdrop of so many people going to bed hungry every night. It's extraordinary. So this is absolutely something that we have to tackle, and we have to tackle as a priority. And so there are a number of ways proven to reduce food waste. For example, policy changes, citizen behavior change campaigns like Love Food, Hate Waste, which is operating in about 6 countries around the world, and indeed, public-private partnerships. And we're going to explore public-private partnerships in a bit more detail in a panel session shortly, as they can help drive systemic change. They use a deceptively simple formula: target, measure, act. So what we do is bring together businesses and agree to all focus on a common goal. For example, the SDG target 12.3 that Ruth was talking about, of halving food waste and reducing food loss by 2030, and have everybody focused at board level on delivering that target. The second key thing is measure, because at the moment we don't measure. Most businesses in the world don't measure the amount of food waste they have. They know a little bit about how much is disposed of, but they don't know exactly how much is generated. And if you don't measure, you can't act. And the PPPs make sure that they use a common methodology so we can compare the data and the results, and also then we can know the progress, and critically know where to focus. So that brings us on to the act component. So once we've measured, we know where to focus to act on reducing food loss and waste, and the businesses in PPPs can actually help reduce their food waste within their own operations, and then work with the supply chain, their suppliers, to help them reduce food waste, and indeed their customers to help them reduce food waste. Now, this approach works. For example, in the UK, we have a public-private partnership called the Cultivating Commitment, and the Cultivating Commitment has helped reduce and this has got retailers and food manufacturers and indeed NGOs as all part of this process. And there's over 150 signatories to this particular pact, compiling around 90% of retail sales, food retail sales in the UK. And this approach has made a big difference. So it's helped retailers reduce their food waste by 26%, and food manufacturers by 33% since it was started. Now that means that actually retailers are over halfway towards the SDG target, and manufacturers are almost 2/3 of the way towards that target. And this approach is now being replicated in places as far afield as Indonesia, Mexico, Australia, Germany, Denmark, the USA. We're seeing more and more countries taking this approach forward because it works for driving down food waste. So, if we are now going, what I'd like to do is to just introduce the panel now, which is going to explore public-private partnerships and how businesses can work together towards delivering food waste reduction. So I've got an excellent panel for you now, and if I might just call everybody up. First of all, if I might ask Emma Banks, Vice President of Food and Beverages, Strategy and Development from Hilton, to come and join us. Welcome, Emma. Really good of you to join us. Dr. Indah Budiana, Executive Director of the Indonesian Business Council for Sustainable Development, and Ana Catalina Suarez Pina, Senior Director of Strategy and Innovation of the Global Food Banking Network. Thank you all very much indeed for joining us and for finding the time to talk to us about this important topic. What I'm going to do is just ask some questions of each of you, and then I'm going to throw it open to the floor. And I'm going to start with you, Emma. How can hotels and the hospitality sector make it easier for their guests not to waste food?
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, what a pair of inspirational speakers we've just listened to.
Brilliant.
I'd also like to say it's an absolute delight to be on this panel of power women here, which makes a real difference. So thank you very much. Great selection, UNEP and Richard. So how can the hospitality sector make it easier for their guests not to waste food? Well, normally I talk quite freely, but because, time is of the essence and this is such an important topic and I have quite a bit of data to share, I'm going to read quite a lot of my answers. So I hope it doesn't mind, because I want to impart this information. So basically, to change the outcome, the hospitality sector needs to change the behaviours of its team members and alter systems and processes to create a lower waste food environment where, even through passive decision making, our guests do not waste food, essentially forcing the guests to change. We need to tackle the primary barriers to food waste, namely poor awareness, unhelpful social norms, and lastly, defective choice architecture. Industry-wide, there are a few perceived incentives for businesses and individuals to cut their food waste. Through the current inflationary pressures, make it an opportune time to manage costs and efficiencies as well. Through our food waste initiatives, such as the Recipe of Change, we have found that we can create a lower waste food environment by making decisions based on data and insight. But waste needs to be measured faithfully. Our experience shows that the mere act of measurement tends to result in an immediate shift in behaviour, first and foremost for our teams and in turn our guests. So as an old school operator, what gets measured gets done. At Hilton, we have our ESG management platform Lightstay to record our waste data as a brand standard. But to complement this, we've also been rolling out Winnow AI technology, which has been game-changing for us at Hilton. I'm sure I don't need to tell this esteemed audience, but Winnow helps chefs run more profitable and sustainable kitchens, allowing for digitally led tracking of waste from production but to the plate as well. This tech is now deployed in 89 hotels across the Europe, Middle East and Africa region in the owned and operated estate, which I'm responsible for. And we are counting further deployment. What we have learnt in recent initiatives, guided and inspired by the United Nations Environment Programme Recipe of Change programme, is that the implementation of nudges and interventions, be they small, but based on data and insight, leads to the change we seek to support UN SDG 12.3. So some of these nudges and interventions were, as I say, surprisingly simple and consistent. Introducing at the buffet smaller plate sizes, smaller portions such as smaller croissants or bread rolls, so getting our chefs to order smaller items or indeed bake croissants and bread rolls to a much smaller gram measurement based on the science of understanding how much our guests were wasting. Alternative cuts of fruit, and what I mean by that is chefs, historically we sliced the fruit and laid it out in a beautiful line like that. But guests would always go and choose the middle ones and the ends would always get disregarded. So we went to cubing and slicing and dicing and putting it in a bowl. Thus the guests never knew and they ate the whole fruit anyway. So simple things such as that. Activations in our team members' restaurants, such as meatless and binless days to raise awareness with our team members. And it's been so successful that a lot of our conference and guests and hotel guests have been hosting meatless, vegan, 50-mile menus and binless days. I recently attended a big conference in Prague where we had a binless lunch menu, and it really made everybody think what they were putting on their plate because they were petrified to go to the bin afterwards, with me watching them. Anyway, amendments to the sequence of service, addition of live stations. So when the hotel's not busy, more live cooking a la minute. It's fresher for the guest interacts with the chef while it's being made, and it's not sitting there for ages. Training to front and back of house team members, so educating the chefs that we don't need 6 hot holding portions of everything, but 1. And the chef at the pass can communicate to the back kitchen that we need more replen, so it's fresher and we're not wasting. And finally, strategically placed nudges and messaging, such as the recipe of change messaging that we've adopted, and also the NAMA messaging. Crucially, and most importantly, baseline review and coaching in sessions. So start from a point, measure, understand your data with either manual systems. In Hilton, we have a kitchen measuring toolkit, which we compiled with the World Wildlife Fund, or indeed getting technology such as Winnow to help you understand your baseline. Then working with your partners and your chefs on coaching sessions, sharing insights, gaining support from your team members can lead to fast and effective change. And I'll round this up by saying that one of our chefs recently went on recording saying that the exercise recipe of change was a paradigm shift for him. And that's so wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Brilliant, Emma. Thank you very much indeed. And what I loved about that was the fact that that target, measure, act approach really, really works. And the other thing about it is that there are some things that are deceptively simple in order to implement that actually can make a big difference in terms of reducing food waste. So I think that's a fantastic message. I'd now like to ask Inda, actually, for her thought. Can you tell us, Inda, about the challenges facing, about tackling food loss and waste in Indonesia, and what is now needed to reach the SDG 12.3 target? No small challenge.
No. Thank you, Richard. So Indonesia Business Council for Sustainable Development has having this tackling food loss and waste project since 2019, and we've been working with RAP since 2020. So learning from our experience, the challenge is first is the government support. Of course, the government work together in this project. We have 3 ministries that involved in tackling food loss and waste, which is Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and also Ministry of National Development Planning. And we always asking their advice, and we always engage them in our communication and projects. And also in sub-national level, there are some measures, governors that have their regulation to support tackling food loss and waste. But of course, there's still a gap in policy, such as debt labeling, which is still a problem in Indonesia. We don't have any specific regulation on supporting debt labeling procedure and so on. And the second challenge is the involvement of the private sector. So if we talk about public-private partnership, I think this is the thing that we still pushing. We have a project or platform called GRAPS 2030. So it is coming from in the Indonesian language, actually. So it raising awareness and commitment from the public-private stakeholders. Starting in 2020, now we have 22 signatories in these platforms. We have large companies as signatories. We have think tank organization. We have NGOs. And whenever we have event or discussion, we always engage the governments. So what is needed, I think first on producer side, I think target, measure, act is a good approach because they have to set their baseline to know what kind of changes they make, yeah. And then they have to take action, of course. And then the consumer side, I think we need to raise awareness. Our latest project is Consume Mindful, aiming to change the behavior of the public, especially youth, because youth is the generation who is technology savvy, because what we did is online campaign through social media, and we believe youth is a friend of the social media now. And then another target is the hospitality sectors. So we work together with the Association on Hotel and Restaurant in Indonesia, where they support this Consume Mindful project, where we put offline banner on the buffet, so the hotel guests can see before they take the waste. And supported by RAP in measuring the result of this less than 1 year projects, I think we can see a positive result. There are the change of this hotel guests. And also we work together with the university. We work together with the food technology faculty in Indonesia, in Yogyakarta. And there's also positive result. Before the campaign, the food waste, there are several food waste remaining, but now it's very few. It's avoidable waste like bones, etc. So I think this is a very impressive result, and the stakeholders also happy with the result.
Thank you, Inda. And it's really inspiring to hear that actually a relatively simple campaign in the HoReCa sector can actually have such a big difference. And again, that communications is so important to help people make the difference. So that's great stuff. If I may move on to Anna Catalina. Anna Catalina, I just wondered if you could talk to us a little bit more about the role that food banking can play in driving circularity and reducing food waste, particularly at the city and the country level.
Richard, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Emma, the work that we are doing with Hilton is huge, and thank you very much because we are recovering a lot of food in different hotels, avoiding having waste, and the Hilton role is amazing. Mm-hmm. And it's a pleasure because we're having different agreements is very important, and the work that we are doing together in Indonesia is growing, and we are expecting many, many results. And of course, UNEP, thank you for this invitation. We believe that the work that UNEP is doing is amazing. As we are saying, having numbers is more and more important. And I had a boss that was telling me all the time, like, show me the numbers and I'm going to give you the right. Then it's absolutely necessary. But we understood based on what you were saying, the issues about food insecurity. We are talking about, as you were mentioning both, the 800 million almost people is experiencing food insecurity, but at the same time, we are wasting or losing 30% of the total amount of the food that we are producing for human consumption. But I would like to add other point, just honoring this panel. 32% of the total women in the world are experiencing food insecurity.
Wow.
4% more than men, but in regions as Latin America, the gap is 12%, and in Africa, 18%. Then the gender gap is growing, and we need to be concerned about that, because the gender gap about food insecurity is growing, and we need to raise that element in all our programs and have clear programs about how we are helping women to have a better quality of life and the minimum elements. I am here on behalf of food recovery organizations across the world, and I think this is very important. The first time that United Nations received the call from their members, from the country members, about the food loss and waste was in 1945. For 1945, the food loss and waste was 10% of the total production. Today, the estimation is 32% of the total production. Then things are not improving, things are getting worse. And it's the same with the situation about food security in the world after the pandemic. And we saw, for example, in Latin America and Africa, how after 2015, the situation, the poverty was increasing. And of course, with the pandemic and the logistic issues that we have been experiencing has been getting worse, and the food loss and waste is getting worse at the same time. Then what the role of the food banking model is becoming more and more important, because what the food banks are doing is recovering the food that we couldn't avoid, we couldn't prevent to be wasted or lost in the total across all the supply chain. Then what food banks are doing is convincing and increasing the awareness. For that, seeing how food systems are becoming more and more important in the climate space, and how food loss and waste are becoming more important is huge for food banking model, because food bank has been existing for decades, asking to the governments, to the different organizations that food loss and waste should be in the center of the conversation. That is not possible to transform the food system if we don't speak about food loss and waste, and it's not going to talk about climate if we don't speak about people. Then those interconnections are getting more important, and what food banks are doing is bringing those interconnections to the table. Food banks are saying, while we are recovering the food, while we are avoiding that the food is going to be wasted or lost, last year we recovered 300 million of tons that were going to be lost or waste. Food that was for human consumption under the most high standard of food safety. Then what we do with that food was selected that food, and we send that food to 56,000 organizations on the field. Those organizations were serving more than 32 million population across the world in 50 countries. Then we are providing two impacts. From the climate space, we avoid 1.5 million tons of greenhouse emissions. And from the food security space, 60% of the total food that we are recovering is high nutrition food. And we are talking about protein, we are talking about cereals and cereal products, dairy and dairy products. We are talking about legumes, we are talking about grains, seeds, and legumes in total. Water, we are including now water, and people is asking me why we are including water. We are including water because what is happening today and what we are seeing is climate events are hitting more the most vulnerable population. And one of the trends that we are seeing at the south of the globe is we saw with Uruguay, we saw with Paraguay, we saw with Argentina, they went out of potable water, and the most vulnerable people were experiencing a higher food insecurity situation. Then water is one of the products that we are recovering. Then, Richard, the food banking model is a model that is allowing us that at the same time that we are feeding people, we are avoiding greenhouse emissions. But one of the main invitations that we are doing to the companies and organizations is don't wait for the future to change to reduce food loss and waste. We are reducing food loss and waste with the food banking model. While you change the structural problems, avoid food loss and waste through the food recovery and redistribution model. Because the future is now, not maybe for us, but it is for the people that is suffering hunger in this moment.
Thank you, Anna Catalina. That's so true. The key thing is we have to act now. We've been wasting 30% of all the food that we produce on the planet. It's got to stop. We've got to find ways of doing that as quickly as we possibly can. We're coming to the end of our session now, and I wanted to ask each of you for your one, and I mean briefly, because we've got only a little time left, for your one takeaway message for the audience here and everybody that's watching online. And so, Wanda, if I could start with Emma and say, just what is your one takeaway that you would like the audience to take away from this particular event? Emma, your thoughts. And then I'll do Inda, then I'll do Anna Catalina.
Okay. Well, I suppose the one thing I would like to take away is at Hilton we were inspired by the UNEP recipe of change, which allowed us to go on to host our first Green Ramadan, where we saw a 61% reduction in food waste in our iftar and suhoor tents. And we know from UNEP that during religious and social festivities, food waste goes up about 25 to 50%. And then inspired by the Green Ramadan, we recently launched our Green Breakfast trial here in the UAE across 13 Hilton managed hotels. And we know that breakfast, and we've all been at the breakfast buffet and we've seen it's particularly beautiful and lavish. And we know that it's a very important meal and time for our team members to interact with guests. But we implemented a full circular green breakfast pilot. And the one thing I want to take away with all the messages I talked about before, the interventions, the behaviour, the communication, the new sequence of service and ways of working and engaging your team members is in a mere less than 4 months, in approximately 13 weeks, from going from baseline data in August across 13 hotels that annually would serve at least 1.8 million breakfasts, we achieved a 62% reduction in food waste. And people always say, hotels, in the hotel and HoReCa sector, the buffet environment, people enjoy it, but they do perceive it as an area where there is potentially a lot of food loss. It goes to show that just by implementing this circular green breakfast inspired by Recipe of Change, we achieved 62% reduction. Now imagine that. If we can inspire the industry, if we can roll it across our 7,400 hotels across the globe in Hilton, but if we can inspire the HoReCa and hotel industry, what we can achieve, and I'm sure that we can build on that 62%. So I had so much to share with you today, but I suppose that is the one message. And my final message, what myself and my team always say, leading on to what my esteemed panelists here said, there is no time to waste.
Thank you.
So maybe from Indonesia, the key takeaway is first awareness and take actions. Why awareness? Because sometimes people think that, food loss and waste is not the priority. We know concern about our environment or social, but actually food loss and food waste is all over the topic. Yeah. So I think it is important to educate people to bring awareness, and then after that take action. So I would like to give example of one of our signatory that use digital technology. It's a surplus that develop application. So they sell overproduced food and they sell it half price. and then deliver to the house. And from 2021, they can save around 100,000 ton of our produced food. So you can imagine it's only one startup. If there are 2 or 3 or more, so maybe there are a lot of food that we can save. So I think that's for me. Thank you.
Brilliant. And 30 seconds, Ana Catalina.
Faster. Can I speak in Spanish? I'm faster in Spanish.
That's 15 seconds.
Let me just say 5 things super quickly. The first one is we need to increase monitoring, reporting, and validation, and we are working with all our members to be accountable for the amazing work that they are doing in the food loss and waste space. And that is in collaboration with all the companies that we are working in across the supply chain. We are working in the global space with 50 companies, and in the regional space with 200 companies. And when I'm mentioning saying companies, I'm including agro exporters too. And in the regional and country space with more than 1,000 companies in total. Then reporting, validation, monitoring is a key element of the future, and we need to work to reduce double counting and greenwashing as one of the key elements of the climate space. The second one is we share a dream together, Richard. We want to increase from 1% of the total amount of the food that we are recovering to 5%, and we are joining RAP to say 10% of the total amount of the food loss and waste is going to be reduced by prevention and redistribution actions. And we need everyone doing the commitment that we can do it. The third one is increase the inclusion of the food loss and waste topic in the NDCs, and Ruth, we are with you. We need to work on that. We need to define a path. We are working with the companies, ensuring that they are including in their insets everything around food loss and waste about avoidance that they are doing. And the last and not less important, because I think it's for the planet and for the people, is to improve food access for 50 million people. We are just talking about 50 million. Just that. It's an easy number. But we need to do a compromise that we cannot maintain the numbers about food loss and waste at the same time that people is living and experiencing food insecurity. And that is our compromise, our commitment.
Thank you. So if I can just say, what an inspirational set of final thoughts. Thank you all very much indeed. Can I just ask you one more time to thank our panel in the traditional way? Well done, that's brilliant. So, just remains for me to say one last final word before I hand over to the next speakers on this list, and that is, we should be moving to a world where food is never waste. Work with us to make that a reality. Thank you very much indeed for your attention. And now, I wonder if I can introduce Tarek Al-Khoury to come and talk to us about the next session. Tarek, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is actually a continuation of this session. We're gonna walk the talk. Yeah? Everyone of the distinguished panelists talk to us about the food waste. We're gonna show you how you can cook with zero waste. And for that, we brought to us a two famous chefs. The first one is UNEP friend, is UNEP voice, and if you are from the region, you will know her. If not, follow her to learn how you can cook delicious Mediterranean meals. Chef Leila Fathallah, UNEP voice for food waste. We do also have with us, we all heard Emma, right? She's a great speaker. She talked to us about a concrete way to reduce food. And her champion is Chef Sebastian, who walked the talk and who really improved all his processes. And he is the one who led Hilton to reduce its food waste by 50% in 6 months only. So we have a live demonstration from the two nice chefs, and I'm really looking forward to the end of the to try the food. I'm the closest one, so I'll have the privilege of you to try. I'm gonna annoy them while they cook and demonstrate for us, to talk to us about their experiences. But now we're gonna walk the talk. We have a live demonstration on how we can cook with zero waste, with a great technique. And we can all agree this is the coolest event in UNEP Pavilion. I mean, come on. This is the cultivating. Chef Leila, how are you? Gonna say a few words before we bring your stuff.
Hello, everyone. I'm extremely happy to be here with you today, along with Chef Sebastian. We will be cooking something, not actually cooking, it's just demonstrating and giving you some tips about food waste and how to reach to a point where nothing from the fruits or vegetables used in our recipes goes to waste. So, hope you will enjoy. You want to say something?
Yes, please.
I'm not going to do all the talking.
No? Okay. Well, the first challenge, first of all, thank you very much for having us and for listening to us and allowing us to demonstrate what we can do. Our mission really is to inspire not just our customers and our audience, but it is really rethinking for our chefs and rediscovering that no food should go to waste. And this is not something new. This is actually a very old method, and that we have lost that talent over the time in the age of the convenience production, right? And now it's going back to relearning the history of where food comes from and what we need to do with it. And we want to show you two very simple dishes. And one is a dish in how we can apply it in a restaurant, and one is where we apply the same ingredients in a dish that can be reproduced at home in a very, very simple way. But the methods are both the same. Nothing goes to waste. Thank you so much.
Also, a shout out to our 200 online participants as well. I mean, hi to all of you, and please stay with us. Now we're gonna use beetroot. It's if I'm yes. Beetroot and oranges. Wow. Oh, we are bringing another. Oh, wow.
So basically, I want to tell you something. In order to be able to recreate a recipe out of leftovers or whatever is left from a vegetable or a fruit, we have to have some creativity. So if you have some creativity and you know a little bit about techniques in the kitchen, you will be able to create a yummy dish with with the fruits and vegetables leftovers. You can use for one ingredient many techniques. In many techniques, you will have different textures, different flavors, different colors in the recipe. And this is how you will be able to recreate a beautiful dish. So now you stay tuned. You see what Chef Sebastian has to show us. And we're looking forward. Look how beautiful our greenery are.
Absolutely. This is from actually from one of our partners called Usman, which is the largest vertical farm in the world. And they're producing for us this beautiful microgreens and cresses.
So it's made in UAE?
Yes.
It's made in the UAE. Long live UAE.
I'm very happy I'm the moderator for this session. I'm close to the action.
Stay to the end. You'll also be able to taste some stuff.
Oh, wow.
Can I meanwhile tell them?
Absolutely.
Okay. So here we have the onion peels. Do not discard your onion peels. You just dehydrate them either in a dehydrator or in the oven on low heat for a long time. So you will lose the moisture in the skin and the peels, and then you will process them very finely and you will obtain the onion powder. So don't go buy onion powder, just make it at home. Put your peels for save for 1 week. Whenever you peel an onion, keep them in the fridge for 1 week, for example, like to have a proper quantity, and then dehydrate them on low heat for many hours, just to lose the moisture from the peels, and then process them to get the onion powder. Same goes for the Same goes for any kind of peels you use. Like if we peel potatoes, we peel carrots, just wash them very well before using them. If you want to do puree, for example, or you want a gratin with the potatoes, the carrots, anything you want to use with them, just deep fry the peels and crush them on top of this main course you are making out of the vegetables. You will have a nice looking dish, and also you will have crunchiness. We all love to do, right? Crunchiness it's the best thing ever. So you will have crunchy texture on your dish, and nothing went to the garbage bin. You used everything in the vegetables, right, Tariq? Yes. You like the
You can see from my big kirish, as we say in Arabic, or billy, that I like the kishkishis very much. I mean, this is at the heart of the recipe of Change Campaign, right? Yes. Plan, store, distribute, right? Plan your meal correctly, have a pre-planned meal, shop wisely, then store correctly.
Your shopping list. Create a list of shopping ingredients once per week. Open your cupboard, your fridge. Check what do you have inside, and write down what is missing. And don't say, oh, I forgot the paper at home. Every phone has a notes folder in it. Just type them on your notes folder and go to the supermarket and shop according to your needs. Do not shop extra. And store your fruits and vegetables in right containers, tight containers, in the fridge with napkins or towel. This will preserve the vitamins, the crunchiness, and they will still look good for 1 week. Whenever you go to a restaurant, please do not leave anything on the table. Order wisely. Do not over-order food. And then whatever is left, please take them back with you. If you don't want to eat them, you can give them to anyone on the street, in the gas station, the concierge. Do not leave food on the table, because if you leave one bread, it will end up in the garbage. They do not bring back to the kitchen anything you leave on the table. Even the bread, you don't touch the bread, they throw it. So please make sure to do this. More tips or enough?
Wow.
I think we are ready.
We are ready? Okay.
To your rescue. Right. So, first dish, we're going to start. It's all about beetroot, and maybe we can explain the ingredients. And Chef Leila, we had a test run, and we had a test run yesterday about this. So first, the ingredients. The ingredients we choose for this demonstration really is orange and beetroot. And what we did is we repurposed every part of the beetroot over here, for example. And if we can show quickly, this is the beetroot peels, which historically would go in the bin and what you can't do anything. We've made two different applications with this, right? One is the beetroot powder, similar than the onion peels. Is the only thing you got to do different. You got to rub down the beetroot with a vegetable brush under running water, really hard to remove all the soil. Okay. So to remove all the soil, then just peel the beetroot down. Now two different applications. One is the powder. Dehydrate and low heat in the oven and just puree it. And then put it through a normal sieve that we all have at home. And you have this beautiful beetroot powder that can go into shakes, it can go in your muesli in the morning, but it also can infuse anything that has some natural moisture. So if you eat fruits, for example, if you eat like an orange slice, you can put it over your orange and get this beautiful earthy flavor of orange and beetroot as a combination. The second thing that we did is we made a beetroot pesto, right, with the stems and the peels. So, and this is what you will taste on the toast a little bit later. You see, in a restaurant application, we trim a lot, we cut a lot, we cut nice little circles and all this. So all these offcuts go with the stems and with the peels together in that pesto. They get confit down, cooked very slowly, nicely together with a little bit of olive oil and some vegetable stock. Then that gets pureed up and whipped up with a little bit of goat cheese or cream fresh, and you have this beautiful little pesto. You can put nuts and pine nuts in there. It just gives a beautiful little texture.
You gave them the secret of the recipe. It's a secret, no?
There's no secrets in our cooking. We like to share everything. The skill is in reproducing. Okay, should we get started? Do you have any? I'm ready. Okay, excellent. So the first thing what we're going to do is here we start with a restaurant dish, because I'm only going to make one, because I can't feed all of you. So the second one, Chef Leila and I are going to do together is a bruschetta with a pesto. So here we have some walnuts. They are just a little bit toasted, and we're putting the onion powder in it. The onion powder is purely made with the onion skin, exactly. Just going to give this a little mix. And this just helps the flavor really long when we do some textured items. Leila, if you allow me to move over.
Of course.
Need to move over here. So the next steps is we take some simple beetroot slices, and it's raw. The beautiful thing really is the combination between the raw and the cooked elements out of the same product, right? And that is a lot of people complicate a lot of dishes. I like to keep it simple by reusing the same ingredients in different applications, so the flavors stay clean.
So basically, in this dish, we only have the beetroot flavor and the oranges, and like a kick of everything on top when we add the
Textures, yeah.
the feta also.
Yeah, it's a goat cheese from the Zeit Higher organization, made here by the German people. So another thing is the juice of the beetroot is made in a liquid gel, which it's quite nice. So the juice is captured and then mixed with agar-agar. And then once it's set, an agar-agar is a gelatin basically made out of seaweed. And then it's blended and gets this beautiful texture that holds moisture really well. So we're just going to season the beetroot with that a little bit. So as you later eat the dish, you experience this intense beetroot flavor on there. The next thing is we have created, again, out of some of the offcuts and the juice, we created a beetroot mousse. Very simply aerated in a siphon, which we put, again, for different texture of beetroot in the center. Wow. There's always a potential for this to make a mess.
I like it.
I hope not, otherwise we got to explain that was on purpose. Okay, now, what we're doing, we have a very moussey and soft texture. What we like to do in restaurants or in fine dining is layer the soft texture and put the crunchy flavors on top. So the walnut and the shallot powder goes on top of that in covering this up. Now, we're using two different agent grains. One is a bulgur wheat and one is a buckwheat. And one of them is just purely cooked. So we have a really nice and soft texture. And the other one is really crispy because we dehydrated it. And again, the textures of the crispiness and the softness and the crunchiness of the raw beetroot is really what makes this dish beautiful in the end. Here, we made, again, out of different applications, out of the same ingredients, out of some of the jus, we made a little jelly, again with agar-agar, but instead of blending it, we're playing on the different textures here and made a little disc of jelly on top. Now, we're using the different beetroots. We're using two different kinds of beetroot. Both are locally sourced. One is a golden beetroot, and one is baby red beetroot, absolutely. And there you go. We just put the beetroot textures on there. Now, these ones are pickled because all about rediscovering the different flavors and textures, about rediscovering the cooking methods is really about doing different applications. So these whole beetroot pieces which we're using here are pickled. So they're preserved in a very light vinegar. And again, it's about every beetroot. While you taste beetroot 5 or 6 times, everyone has a different element.
Can I try one?
Absolutely, please go ahead. Every one of them has a different element of flavor and texture.
I love vinegar.
There you go. Beetroot is on. Now, the last thing is that we want to really put on top here is the leaf of the beetroot, right? And these are beautiful leaves, again from Bustanica. Just a drizzle of olive oil.
Chef, you know what I want to try one day? I want to try to make grape leaf instead of grape leaves, rolled grape leaves. I want to make it with the beetroot leaves.
This would be delicious. Also, you know,
It's a new recipe for Hilton coming soon.
you know what
Coming soon.
There's also an Asian version where we're doing rice, for example, sushi rice rolled in salad leaves. So this works really well, and we tried that actually last week with a dish like this, where we had these beautiful crunchy leaves, and we put sushi rice inside, and then a sauce vert on top, which is like a green herb sauce, which was absolutely delicious. Here we have beautiful little crisps from the baby beets that we have dehydrated. And from the red beets as well.
They will have to pay me for holding the mic all the time.
This is not normally. I hold the mic when we do the other dish for you, Chef Leila. Just a little bit of sea salt on top for the flavor. Now the beetroot powder, and again the beetroot powder we put on the elements where we have the moisture, right? You don't want to put this dry on dry. You gotta make sure you, when you use powders, that you put it on the elements that have natural moisture.
So they absorb the flavor.
Yes, so it mixes it, and because a dry powder is not beautiful to eat, but once you infuse it with a little bit of a liquid, it infuses the flavor real quick. And then of course we have a little bit of sumac that we sprinkle on top, which is it's a local spice to really just localize the cuisine a little bit. And that's really it. We put a few little green chard leaves on top because they are beautiful. And they have an incredible flavor that goes with this dish. And there you go. And the first dish would be ready, and that could be served as a beetroot carpaccio in a restaurant. But every ingredient of the beetroot is used and reused. But, you know, zero waste deals a little bit for us as a North Star, but it's very hard to really accomplish in a commercial environment. So for us, we need to use zero waste as an inspiration to aim and work harder with the ingredients what we have. But what we really want to talk about inside of culinary... am I sweating? So hot. It's a light over there. So, but what we really want to talk about inside of culinary is sustainable gastronomy, which is really encompasses the direction and what we need to do as chefs, and that is relearn the old methods and apply them. And this goes from pickling, curing, smoking, different ways of preserving, right? And all of these different methods we need to work on. Thank you so much. That was dish number one.
The best of the best, Chef Sebastian.
So, Chef Leila, what do you think we can do in a household environment or in a professional environment with zero waste? And what is your opinion about the new way of producing these things?
Well, actually, what you said was more than enough. We have many techniques to use to reduce waste in our kitchen. And of course, people think that in the HoReCa sector it's worse than at household, but at household we also have a lot of food waste. So many ideas can be given and many techniques to follow in order to not waste any food in the household. So basically what we buy the most in our homes is bread. We use bread on daily basis. And different types of bread. We have the pita bread, we have the loaves, we have the baguette. So we always have leftovers. And bread is delicious, like fresh on daily basis. So the next day, we can do many things. For the Arabic pita bread, the one we eat in the Middle East, we can like brush it with some oil, olive oil, drizzle some sumac, some za'atar, toss it well, and then bake it in the oven. This we can have it as chips. We can have it with dips like labneh or cheese, cream cheese, and we can also serve it on top of our salads. Many, many ideas. Now, we will show you an idea that Chef Sebastian prepared. We have the sourdough bread from the breakfast buffet, right?
Absolutely.
So they brush it with some oil and they bake it in the oven.
Yeah, we just dry it out, basically.
Yeah, they dry it out.
So it's nice and crispy.
Mm-hmm. Can I try one?
Absolutely. Crunch test, crunch test. So, basically the first thing that we're going to do, any good sandwich needs to have the right amount of crunch, texture, and moisture to it. So,
Exactly.
the
You
first.
have mic already. You don't need me anymore.
So the first thing that we're putting on the bread is this beautiful creamy beetroot pesto, and we just do put a big dollop on.
You want me to do it for you?
That'd be great if you could continue.
Yeah. This is mine. I will eat it later.
No waste.
Okay. So to the bread, we will add the diced pickled
Beetroot.
beetroot.
Then here we have a little bit of a goat cheese mousse that we prepared, and this is from, again, a local company here out of the UAE, the Zaid Haya organization, which works exclusively with people of determination to produce all their dairy items. And one of their amazing products that we're using on our is their laban bowls on all of our breakfast buffets here in the UAE, but they also have amazing goat cheese for this dish. This one is. So we're making one beautiful one, and then we're going to do a production line so you all can taste one after.
Okay, enough.
I'm gonna get the first one.
Yes,
Oh.
of course. You're the boss.
Again, we put the sorrel leaves on because the sorrel goes very nicely with the beetroot. And again, you know, one of our interesting... Where's the pomegranate? Is there?
No, wait. I need to do some decoration.
There you go. Chef's creativity never stops.
Voilà.
The last thing really to finish the flavor is the pomegranate molasses. It goes on top. This provides a little bit of sweetness because the beetroot is very earthy, and it really pops. We can develop the natural flavor if we do have a little bit of the molasses going on top. There you go, Tarek.
Oh wow! I feel guilty now. Go for it. Ruth, you start.
I start?
Yes.
Here, let me give you a napkin.
We need your honest opinion.
Only if we want to hear it.
I will make one for Tore. It's delicious. It's crunchy. And the pesto is really good and it marries very well with the goat cheese mousse. And you can feel the pumpkin.
Nice. Wow. Now we move to mass production.
Mass production. We try.
Thank you very much.
The challenge here was when we originally was asked to do this this cooking demo is we can't bring knives and we can't heat anything.
No knives are allowed.
No knives are allowed in the blue zone. So as you can see, we've prepared a few items. okay? It's a good answer, Tarek. Whoever like to taste, would you want to come to the front so we
Yes,
could?
please. Please, we have enough for everyone. Helen, you're next. Emma.
Yeah, I think one of the important elements we need to talk about is when it talks about cooking at home and reducing waste at home, is really establishing a ritual at home in how we teach our children and the rest of our household that we don't want to waste anything, right? And where we have a lack of infrastructure, we need to get creative. And we are very lucky that we already have a recycling bin in front of most of our houses here, but food waste is not separated yet. And we all need to make sure that we do reduce this wherever we can. Leila, could you throw some of the sorrel on top?
Chef Leila, can you tell us about another item we can be creative of, and it's very famous to be thrown away?
True. I told them about the pills.
Okay, and I was so hungry, so I did not focus.
No, he was telling me that, did you talk about the peels, about not wasting any peels? So I told him, yes, I talked about it. So every peel, even the peels, when you have to make your own vegetable stock at home, you can use the peels of all the vegetables you are using, boil them, and then strain. And whatever peels are used in this pot, you can process them, blend them, and put them in the ice cubes along with the stock you have made, and you will have the cubes that you can use in all your cooking recipes. So this is basically also a zero waste recipe.
Thank you, Chef Leila. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay. Can we invite the guest?
Absolutely, we can invite the guest. Would you like to come and taste? Yes. If we can maybe offer you a napkin with this.
You will need a napkin, huh?
Yeah, I put a napkin here. Here's if you grab a napkin, just because it's very crunchy, it might fall. No problem, enjoy. Thank you. Let me just quickly
thank you very much.
Take the sweat off.
Okay, for the participant who did not have, we still have more.
Please, we still have some more.
Feel free. I would like to thank our chefs very much for the creativity. A round of applause for the two chefs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us, Chef Leila. Thank you so much.
Any last word, any last advice before we close?
No, I just want to say that let's cherish every ingredient we have, because it's a blessing. Some people don't have this luxury of having food or having to think about many techniques of cooking. We have the luxury to do that, so let's work on it. Cherish every ingredient we have, and pray for other people to follow our steps in order to get, to terminate any termination of any food waste in the world. I want to eat.
Thank you, Chef Sebastian.
Okay, a few final words for me. You know, just make sure we all have impact on what we're doing, right? We don't just want to go and talk about it. Every little step helps. So it is really important for us to start at home, start at work, and just from our profession, we need to relearn in how to really cherish the ingredients we've been given and maximize the output of every item that we can get. For us at home, we got to make sure we drive impact and we teach our children the right way. So thank you very much, and it's been an absolute pleasure being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Hi everyone, and I want to wish you a big welcome to COP28 in Dubai for people in the room and for those watching us online. Today is Food Systems Day on the UNEP Pavilion, and we're very excited for our last session of the day, focusing on sustainable wastewater and nutrient management and why it's a key for climate, water, food, and energy security. Wastewater management has not been front and center at this COP, and it's often perceived as an overlooked solution, and I'm very excited to have a wonderful panel with me here to talk more about this topic and to deep dive into the different components that it has. We would like to invite people in the audience to ask a few questions at the end of the first round of the panel, so you can also prepare your question as we go. And first we'll kick off with a brief introductory video about this topic.
Facing global challenges, emissions from wastewater are equivalent to the global aviation industry. Excess nutrients and pathogens flow into ecosystems, harming their health and balance. It also poses risks to human health. The good news is that we can make use of the nutrients and energy present in wastewater to turn a problem into a solution that is good for nature and climate. Nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and organic carbon are important fertilizers and soil improvers for crop production. All of these can be recovered from wastewater. Recovering nutrients could offset around 13% of global fertilizer demand in agriculture, reducing our dependence on synthetic fertilizers and reducing nutrient pollution reaching our rivers, lakes, and ocean. There is 5 times more energy contained in wastewater than is needed to treat it. This can be used to produce biogas, heat, and electricity. Enough power to serve around 500 million people per year and reduce emissions. To solve the climate crisis, we must take wastewater and nutrient management seriously. So let's turn this problem into a solution for people and planet.
Thanks, and let me now turn to our wonderful panel. I'll start with first speaker, and I'll introduce each speaker before they make their initial intervention. So our first speaker today is Valerie Capos. She is a principal specialist for nature-based solution at the UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center. She holds a PhD in tropical forest ecology from Washington University, and she has spent the last 15 years researching in the Latin America and Caribbean region, working on forest fragmentation in the Amazon rainforest, and also on forest, water, and nutrient relations in Jamaica and Venezuela. So, Valerie, historically, wastewater and nutrient management have not been under the spotlight when it comes to climate change and climate action. We just saw this beautiful introductory video that suggests that maybe the tide is turning, and I would like to invite you to elaborate a bit more on that.
Hello, everyone. Little correction, all that fieldwork was longer ago than the last 15 years. I've actually been working on nature-based solutions for the last 15 or 20 years. And as you might have gathered from that introduction, what I'm going to talk about is slightly off my usual core agenda, but that doesn't mean I don't have things to say about it, and I'm going to make a little bit of an effort to tie it into my core agenda, which, as I work at the UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center, is very much focused on biological diversity. So I will, to some degree, recap some of what we saw in the video, elaborate on it a little bit, and where I see fit, make the and biodiversity point, because that's what I always do. So if I could have the first slide, am I ready to click on? Hang on, try again. Nope. Yes, there we go. We're here. We're here. So, as I say, some of what I'm going to say is going to recap a little bit what we saw in the video, but I'm going to join Helene in being quite excited about opening this up, because for me it's new territory, and I think it's fascinating and really important. The wastewater and its management link very clearly to the three core foci of UNEP, or the three global crises that UNEP is focusing on: the climate crisis, pollution, and the nature crisis. And what we'll do here, I'm always in the wrong place when it comes to the microphone. Is that better? Okay, good. So we'll be tying together three crucial pillars of UNEP's work and bringing them all together here in this conversation. We had some really interesting facts some really interesting facts in that video, and I'll be recapping them in a minute. But I think we're trying to make the case here, and I think it's actually quite convincing, that management of wastewater is central in alleviating at least some parts of the triple planetary crisis, that is interconnected to climate change mitigation, and I would argue to adaptation and resilience, and it has co-benefits, or possibly even direct benefits, we can argue about the co-benefit word later, for addressing, on the one hand, pollution, and on the other hand, the biodiversity crisis. On the other hand, wastewater and its management tend to be a little bit on the invisible side. People don't really like talking about it. People don't really like acknowledging that it's there. And there are professionals who deal with it, and the rest of us sort of let it go by. So let's talk a little bit more about what it could mean to us. UNEP released a report in August which had this title, Turning a Problem into a Solution. And it included these facts, which you've just seen in the video, and which when I heard them, blew my mind. Who knew that wastewater treatment processes contribute as much to greenhouse gas emissions as aviation? And one of my colleagues, when I said, wow, did you know this? Went, well, is that a lot or a little? And I have to say, I need to go look at my emissions stacked histograms to be sure, but even that relative scaling for me was news. And I think that's something very important for us to consider. And we have massive global campaigns trying to get us all to fly less, but we don't yet have massive global campaigns trying to convince us all to spend less money treating wastewater and less effort and to do it better. We also produce an awful lot of wastewater, and that to me was less of a surprise. But it's 5 times as much as what goes over Niagara Falls. Now, I am originally North American, and that's a lot of water. So we're talking about a big issue. And our third fun fact is that 89% of wastewater goes out without recovering anything from it. And part of what the authors of this report want to do is to emphasize the fact that we can recover quite a lot from wastewater. We not only can, but we should. So the first of those things, and again, this was news to me, and I admit that freely, but the first of the things we can recover from wastewater is energy. And we can do that in several ways. It has the potential to provide 5 times more energy than we currently use to treat it. And that's the case if we extract biogas from it. And we hear about biogas from solid waste. I personally have not heard much about biogas from wastewater. So I think that's a rising issue and something that we could be looking into in a great more detail. And the other thing that I had to ask my colleagues to explain to me was the generation of briquettes. And the briquettes come from solid waste that's by taking organic residues out of wastewater, turning them into briquettes which can be burned or can be used for other purposes. And that means that's an infinitely renewable resource, can I just say? We have a pretty much unending supply of wastewater. And therefore, if we're actually going to make good use of it, and if we can extract those resources from wastewater, we potentially have a huge resource to contribute in our efforts to combat the climate crisis, and it should help us to reduce pollution. That using those energy sources could supply electricity to 500 million people. That's a lot of people. And it limits the need, of course, for additional GHG emitting sources of energy. So I think those are the main points, but there's a further point, which is that those energy sources are potentially local. Quite a lot of the energy that we spend in the world, we spend moving energy around, which is a bit sad. So there's an extra piece here, which is not just about the fact that wastewater is an energy source, but it's a local energy source. And that's quite encouraging. I spent a lot of my life thinking about forests. And if we could be getting our energy out of wastewater instead of out of forests, that would be quite a nice thing. We also heard a point in the video about the nutrients in wastewater. This is a little bit less of a surprise. I think we all know that there are nutrients in wastewater. I'm not sure I knew that it was actually fairly straightforward to get the nutrients out, but I do know that the world spends an awful lot of energy in producing fertilizers, so there's not only a nutrient point here, but there's also an energy point. So again, we're potentially talking about locally sourced fertilizers, and no energy spent moving them around or producing them. So that is another key value of wastewater and our ability to use it properly. So what we're arguing here, and what I hope we'll discuss amongst us, is that we need to take wastewater and its management quite seriously, not just in the way that we're used to thinking about it, which is, oh my God, we must stop the pollution and we must make sure that we're releasing wastewater that is as pure as it can be, which of course, from my perspective, as a biodiversity specialist, I actually want to see you do. I want to see all our wastewater have minimal impact on nature. Nature has a role to play in making that wastewater purer as it's released. And this is where I get to say the thing from my job title. I can say nature-based solutions, and I'll probably say it again before we're finished. But we have reasons to focus on wastewater which are much more than the ones we've been thinking about and are very central to the conversations we're having here at COP. And so I hope that they will be part of the discussion going forward and that everybody will be interested in being part of the solution that we'll be talking about here. So join us, and thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Valerie. And if we can keep the slide on for a minute so that anyone in the audience who would want to learn more about the Global Wastewater Initiative has an opportunity to scan it. Okay. So I would like now to turn to CB for the continuing our discussion, and thanks Val again for highlighting the case on wastewater, turning this problem into a solution, and also for highlighting the UNEP report released in August last year, which was our first report on wastewater in over a decade. So very, very big, massive report. A lot of science went into it, and I really invite everyone to go check it out on the website. So CB has been working for over 20 years providing support to national government, local communities, UN agencies in the areas of humanitarian and development action, innovative programs, design and strategic partnership. Currently, she is the Senior Regional Advisor for Food Systems, and she is based out of the World Food Programme, Regional Bureau in East Africa. And CB, we know that the World Food Programme and UNEP have been collaborating around water and climate for quite a long time. But something exciting happened this year where we signed a new memorandum of understanding between our two organizations so that we can take our work together to the next level. And so I would like to invite you to tell us a bit more about it and also the work of the World Food Programme vis-à-vis wastewater, nutrients, and climate.
Thank you very much. I first want to say I really encourage everyone to have a look at that report if you haven't already. I agree with you. I really learned so much. It was very eye-opening. As you mentioned, so I work for the World Food Programme, and I work out of our regional bureau in Nairobi, which covers 9 countries in the region. And it's quite a complex region. There's a lot going on. And one of the biggest challenges that we have is, of course, high levels of food insecurity. If you've heard of WFP at all, you've probably heard of our humanitarian work. We're a very big humanitarian agency, but actually our core business is ending hunger. Humanitarian action is just the sharp end of that knife, but we much prefer to work on food systems transformation, system levels investments that mean that we don't need to do any humanitarian work. And of course, governments are doing far more than we are. So if we're talking about building the resilience of climate vulnerable people. And East Africa, if you think about Somalia, Ethiopia, South Sudan, we really feel that we are on the edge of the climate crisis, and of course it is manifesting in hunger, really large, high levels of critical humanitarian need. So when I learned about wastewater, as you mentioned, we formed a partnership with UNEP, hoping that we could take all the incredible scientific expertise, knowledge, ideas that you have, and actually put them to use where they are most needed. The areas that we work are marginalized, they're not often prioritized by government, and we feel that if we're serious about leaving no one behind, these are the areas where we need these innovative solutions. So in settings like refugee camps and settlements, peri-urban areas, displacement settings, water scarcity is actually one of the issues that is most constraining production, I can say. And it's water at the center of all of that in different ways. You will be familiar with floods and droughts, but also we are a region that has been blessed thus far to be able to rely exclusively on rain-fed agriculture. That is no longer a viable proposition. So there's a big search for innovative ways to address that, and the reuse of wastewater is one of them that we're very excited about. And you mentioned in your address that this is one of the things that we can consider. I would go even further and say that it's one of the things that we must consider. We need solutions that can deliver multiple benefits, and we talked of energy, we talked of the nutrients in addition to the water itself. In this time, as I said, we find ourselves faced with polycrisis, so many different problems all at once, which is why I think this solution that can address many things is important. I do think that this is something that's been very underutilized in Africa, not just in the region that I work, but also in West Africa and other places. We are all working, governments, communities, to find potential low-cost solutions, and it's not saying that we will be able to replicate some of the other models that I'm sure we'll speak about, but we're interested in finding local solutions at the nexus of wastewater. We are interested in really promoting and driving nature-based solutions. These have also not been taken to scale in the areas where we work. We're very much trying to promote a circular approach, and nature-based solutions can really play a big part in the treatment of wastewater. Context is important. We're interested in working to see what is the model for wastewater treatment, for the nutrient recovery in the context where we work, but I feel this is an area where we are going to have disproportionate benefits if we can introduce it. One of the challenges I'm concerned about is that it does seem like something that you need to link across multiple sectors, different investments at the same time, different parts of the house coming together. And this is very difficult in the underserved, marginalized areas where we work. Maybe I can stop there for now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sibi, and thanks for the insights, especially in the countries that you work with in East Africa. I would like now to turn to our next speakers, Jesus Alquezar. He works as a socio-economic analyst at the General Directorate for the Environment at the European Commission. He deals with the energy and climate files and their connections with environmental policies, such as the circular economy, pollution, and biodiversity. So recently, there's been a lot of progress made by the EU on both wastewater and nutrient management, which are bringing great opportunities to tackle the climate crisis, but also all of the other crises that we're faced with. So, Jesus, could you give us a bit of a recap of where you stand now in the European Union?
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation and for organizing this side event on a topic that I think is not really well covered, even in the international negotiations, I'm sure. Of course, the context on which I'm moving or I'm working, the European Union is not the same one as CB described. In the European Union, we have for decades regulations on water and wastewater, but they were a little bit isolated from the rest of the legislation. So we had not an integrated approach as we start to have now. First, because there is a political push, so we have the European Green Deal, the top priority of the European Union, and we want to have a more systemic approach to the environmental crisis, but also because we are perceiving very clearly the problems of water in the whole Europe. So I'm from Spain. In Spain, we had problems of water always in Mediterranean countries. But now people also from Central and Northern Europe perceive the problems of droughts. In the summer 2022, there was an enormous drought. There was no possibility of inland navigation. There were problems to produce electricity from hydro, from nuclear. And then, and even Nordic countries were feeling this problem of drought. So I think also socially and politically there was a change of a reaction to this. In parallel to this, we have a problem of pollution, of water pollution in oceans, due to excess of nutrients, and the problem comes from agriculture, the fertilizers that you say. So for us, how to address these problems, knowing also that in other latitudes of the planet, the problem is not exactly the same. We have to feed more and more population, so we need to have more agricultural production. We expect that by 2050, 70% of the population in the planet will live in cities. We have to feed and we have to clean this water, to treat this water and these outputs, let's say, of the cities. So in this context, for the European Union, the only answer is the circular economy. This is a top priority under the Green Deal, but we had already a plan in 2015. And I think the case of wastewater is a perfect example of the circular economy. So you explain it super well. So wastewater treatment is energy consuming. Wastewater emits methane, so you know that it's a very powerful, but it's also an air pollutant. But also not treating the water is even worse in terms of pollution. So it's a problem for health. So what are we doing now? I think one of the key pieces of legislation that we expect will be finally approved and entering into force in January is the new Urban Wastewater Directive. Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. So it's a very long name. What is the main objective? Is really to make wastewater treatment energy neutral, which means first that if you need energy, you need to do it with renewables, but also you have to recover the energy, as you said, of this wastewater. And in addition, in Europe, we estimate we have 1 billion cubic meters of urban wastewater that is reused, but we estimate that we could reuse 6 times more. And then we have also a new legislation on water reuse, the new water reuse regulation, to push into this direction. Of course, this has also challenges. As you said, it's not a topic that is really in the mindset of everyone, so there is not enough awareness. And second, in the European perspective, we are based a lot on technologies. Technologies require investments. So it's probably not a model that we can extrapolate to all places. But of course, in large cities that we are going to have more and more in our planet, we need to make more financial efforts to treat water. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jesus, and it's great to hear that the EU is spearheading this agenda. I will now turn to our last speaker on the panel, Ms. Rabeh Balawi. She is a Tunisian environmental advocate. She has a legal background and a fervent commitment to combat plastic pollution and promote food security. She's a member of the Chemical and Waste Working Group at UNEP, and she's actively contributing to shaping initiative for responsible chemical management. So, Rabeh, we would like to know a bit more from you of how do you see youth like yourself participating in decision-making around climate change, wastewater, and nutrient management? And can you give us also some good examples from your work or from the discussions that you've been part of where you have participated and highlight best practices or something that you think everyone else should do? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you so much for this panel. Today, it's really important to talk about wastewater and nutrient management. And finally, we have a panel during UNFCCC negotiations about wastewater and nutrient management. So before, I would like to start my presentation with numbers. I will start from the continent where I came from. In Africa, we have 72 million young people unemployed, and 2 or 3 of them are women. In the Asia and the Pacific, 30% of young people are unemployed. While unemployment rate is increasing, the number and the rate of the number of people who are working in agricultural sector is decreasing. For example, in 2000, we had 40% of people working in the agricultural sector, while in 2019, only 27% of the population in the whole world are working in the agricultural sector. So we feel that people and young people are escaping from working in agricultural sector. And why? Because of climate change, because of the impact of climate change on the soil, on the plant, and the air. So we need to understand these challenges that we are facing. Climate change is changing the world. It's impacting not only our environment, but also our social and economic situation. And as I mentioned, people are really escaping from working in agricultural sector. The rate and the number of people who are working in agricultural sector really decreased from 2000 to 2019. And why I mentioned this number? Because people are escaping from this sector and are not aware of the impact of climate change and wastewater. There is a solution for wastewater. The solution is sustainable wastewater. The solution is nutrient management. So instead of escaping the agricultural sector, we need to have more opportunities for people. We need to raise awareness of people to understand these challenges and to understand that there is solution, there is sustainable wastewater, there is wastewater recovery from energy, etc., that we can take advantage of. And to answer your question about my involvement as a young delegate here at COP, this is my challenge. This is my challenge, is to raise awareness about the importance of sustainable wastewater, to raise awareness about the importance of nutrient management. I was following adaptation, and unfortunately, I didn't see any implication or any intention to talk about the challenge of wastewater. For me, really, I was hoping that I see more implication of wastewater in the climate agenda, not only in climate agenda and also on NDCs. Wastewater is about adaptation. Why we don't talk about wastewater during the adaptation negotiations? So for me, that was my remarks during following this 2 weeks, let's say, basically 2 weeks of negotiations. And I think me as young delegate and other young delegates, it's our role here to raise awareness about the importance of sustainable wastewater and sustainable agriculture and the importance of circular economy. We need jobs today. We are suffering from high rates of unemployment, and I think the sustainable agriculture and the circular economy is the solution. And tackling climate change pass by sustainable wastewater and sustainable agriculture. And I think this is our role as this young generation to promote these sustainable practices, let's say, in agriculture. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rabeb, and also for sharing your perspective from the negotiation rooms that you've been following closely. It's great to hear. You know, thanks for coming, and for all of those in the room, I'm sure you're among the people at COP that are interested in this wastewater topic, and we're delighted to have you here. And I'd like to give you an opportunity to interact with our panelists, and at this point we could take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. And so if you have a question, could you tell us to which panelist you want to direct the question, which will make it easier for them on the stage, or you could direct your question to multiple panelists at one time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here. My name is Birgi Lamizana. I'm from UNCCD, dealing with land restoration. And it's a pleasure for me to see today that we are having wastewater and nutrient management as key element in during COP climate. Because this topic is very important when we talk about food. Today is Food and Water Day. And when we talk about food and water, and we have resources where we can see wastewater and nutrient as resources, as raw material to start producing. And what I wanted maybe to add here is sometimes we look at wastewater treatment as a kind of polluter, but there are technology out there and they are used. The dry technology where you can separate from source so you don't have to mix everything and then spend a lot of energy to separate it. So maybe this also is done. There are some countries where we can learn from, where the reuse is being done, like Namibia, everything was not thrown out, everything is reused, even the potable. But my question here would be, some countries are reusing without even knowing. I challenge all of you here to say that you are not always at one single day use wastewater, because we are taking water from upstream to downstream. And you can be at a downstream of a river using this water, not knowing that it's a water used elsewhere. But some countries, they are denying it because of the reuse, because of the difficulty of regulation. How do we tackle the regulation? We have water laws, we have codes, but sometimes we don't have the laws and regulation for the reuse. And how do you come up with the social work? Because you know that it's tomatoes coming from, produced from wastewater. How do you consume it? So there are a lot of awareness raising which need to be done. And maybe our contribution here would be, how do we make sure that we are promoting technology like dry technologies, where you separate the feces, then you can have the briquettes, you can separate the urine, so you can have the fertilizer widely. And how do we help them to mainstream the regulation so that wastewater product and reuse can be seen as a source of income generation for farmers, as a source of pollution reduction for nations. So maybe that's also something. And this is a very, I'm really pleased, because before joining UNCCD, I was the one heading the Wastewater Initiative with UNEP. Thank you.
Many thanks. Obviously, you should have been on the panel with us too. We'll write down your question, but we can take another one for now, and then we'll go back to the panel.
Hi, she partly touched on the public education aspect of it. Yes, we understand there is an issue with effluents entering our water system, but the application of using effluents in terms of the farm and the concept that people may perceive using effluents, especially if you're coming from the Caribbean region, where some of us, we have abundance in water. And to sell that idea probably to the Waste Management Authority or the Water Authority to use that water back into the farm. Energy aspect might be considered, but in terms of the farm. So my question was more or less on the public education that may be required. And for our young lady who spoke, the youth, you made mention of jobs, right? And you made mention because of climate change, we have this migration from the agricultural sector. But what do you believe, from your view, that would be the nexus that could allow that reverse migration back into the farms from the young people?
Thank you. Rabab, can I turn to you if you wish to reply to the gentleman on his last intervention? Thanks.
This work, okay. Thank you so much for your question. So your question is about how to maybe to encourage young people to come back to agriculture. I think this is passed through encouraging them to work on sustainable agriculture. Is through promoting sustainable agriculture and giving them the opportunity to invest. And this needs finance, of course. So I think governments need to finance these young people and give them the opportunities, and that's why I think in this step the financing of the young people and like small project or private sector exactly really crucial. So I think we need two things. The first, finance. We need money for this project. We need money for sustainable agriculture and sustainable wastewater too. And two, we need capacity building. We need to teach and to boost the knowledge of these young people about the sustainable agriculture. As I said from the beginning, people are escaping from agriculture because they don't know that the solution exists. And believe me, many people don't know about anything about sustainable agriculture. So we need capacity building for these young people. We need capacity building for these young farmers. So let's start with the big role of the governments that needs to encourage, to promote sustainable agriculture and to help these young people through capacity building and also financing. And another point that I would like to mention is about the NDCs of each country. I think it's important to mention also the wastewater. Sustainable wastewater, for example, in their NDC. So it's a target, it's more clear, and it's more focusing on sustainable wastewater, for example. So people and young people especially would work more on sustainable wastewater and sustainable agriculture. And thank you.
Can I add to that?
Yes, please.
I think it's a really good question. Thank you about, what about the public perception? How are we going to manage behavior change? If you look around, there's so many things that we've had to change behavior, all of us, whether that be moving to more regenerative forms of agriculture, whether that be gender transformation and addressing harmful cultural norms, whether that be moving to more democratic forms of governance, whether that be moving to recycling. So the point is, we're in a new world, new problems. What we need is a complete reimagining of so many issues all at the same time. Actually, Jesus, we've been watching with great interest what's been happening in Spain with the drought, as we also deal with the drought in our region and all the different approaches that are coming. And you highlighted very well, I work on the food system primarily, and if you think the food system is messed up, the more you learn about the water system, this is not just a global South problem. This is going to affect all of us. So, I hope we cannot shy away from different models and new approaches, and it's for everyone in this audience, and I'm having to make the case to my own organizations. We have to make the case to governments. Look, the technology is there. The ideas are there. I absolutely agree with you. One thing the youth have on their side is they're not locked into old ways of doing business. Soon the situation, at least where I work, will get so desperate. Change is coming one way or the other. So how are we going to direct it? I also hope that we can build some kind of global cooperation about these issues. While we may not be able to do what you can do in Europe, there may be elements of it that we can use. We would like to learn from Tunisia about your own wastewater. How have you done this? So I think we have to all not be afraid of change and all become personal advocates for a different way of doing things on the globe. Maybe it's because I'm at COP, I'm in that mood, but I really feel it's a new day. And this is just one of the things that's going to have to change. Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you so much. And I would like to come back to your panel for concluding remarks, because we're entering the last 10 minutes of our event already. But we could be talking about this for another 2 hours. I agree. Such a rich discussion. So I'll just summarize briefly, but we've had a very rich discussion. We've touched on youth employment, which talked on the food security crisis, water crisis. We heard about nature-based solutions, and also what I'm interested in as we close the event, and with such enthusiasm from everyone here, is what's next. What do we take back from this event? What are the next steps? What can we all do first with our panelists at the EU, at the WFP, as a youth delegate, and at UNEP, but also for everyone in the room, you know, what should be their takeaways. So I would like to go back to the panel and ask you for quick two-minute concluding remarks, focusing on what's next for all of us on this agenda. And maybe we can start with Jesus.
Yes, so I would retain two things. First, that absolutely we need to integrate much better wastewater problems and solutions and in our policies. So climate policies, energy policies. So going beyond the traditional waste policy. And this includes the NDCs, national energy and climate plans, etc., where it is very often neglected. And my second message is really in line with what you say. So we need to have further collaboration on this, because we Europeans, our policies are based on technology, but we can learn a lot about the cases you were mentioning. So these technologies are expensive, but we can do other things also, nature-based solutions. So I think we have also plenty of lessons to, but we very often have this Eurocentric perspective. So, and this is a big mistake that we are doing.
I think I cheated and I gave a lot of my closing remarks, so at least I'll be very quick. I think that we have to begin to imagine what we want the future to look like and start investing. I like this word, investing in it now. One of the things that came up, one of my fellow panelists mentioned the rate of urbanization. And one of the effects that they say will happen with the climate crisis as it accelerates even more is migration to cities. So what do we want those cities to look like? And I agree with you. It's not replicating the past, the concrete. It's nature-based solutions. It's using wastewater. It's women being economically empowered. So we have to reimagine. Two people have asked me at this COP, what gives you hope? And I think what gives me hope is the new partnerships that are emerging. I'm going to track Jesus down after this panel. I'm going to track you down. And so I think it's partnership, it's innovation, and reimagination. Thank you for inviting me to this panel.
Thank you. I will finish my my speech with a message of hope. I hope to see wastewater in the climate agenda, and I hope to see wastewater recovery in the NDCs of each country, and I hope to see more implication of youth in decisions making. And thank you.
Well, what can I say after that? I think I would say we need to get started, okay? And some of that is actually demonstration. You know, while we all sit, I mean, when I was first given this brief, I went, I didn't know you could do that. And if I didn't know, there are quite a lot of people out there who don't know. I also wanted to pick up on this awareness and attitude thing. That I think that's really fundamental, and we need to realize that our audiences are different everywhere we go. And there are many different audiences in every place we go. So we need to be tailoring the message and the approach to local circumstances, yes, but also to local attitudes. So there's an awareness-raising piece. Of course, there's a capacity-building piece. There's always a capacity-building piece, starting with my capacity. But I think, you know, getting some practical examples, and particularly practical examples that very explicitly demonstrate this contribution to multiple agendas. It would be the final thing I would leave us with. That this is an issue which affects pretty much every environmental agenda that's occurred to us to talk about, and probably a few that haven't yet. And so making those connections more explicit as we start to have concrete experience that can demonstrate them, I think is really important. And I'll leave that there.
Thanks, everyone. I want to just, once again thank all of the panelists for coming and the audience, and I hope you have time for interaction after.